off the field. But it's the excellent complement to everything else. We're going to make you faster. We're going to make you stronger. We're going to make you more agile. But at the same time, we're going to make you a better person. And you're going to learn what achieving greatness is.
To be a Falcon track athlete means to always put forth your best effort in and out of season and never backing down to competition, no matter the opponent.
East Kentwood Track and Field has a tradition that's completely unmatched. It doesn't matter what sport, it doesn't matter what school you're talking about. We are the standard bearer for greatness, and we want you to be a member of that team.
And welcome to Falcon Stadium. We are here. Preston Nikuski, Joe Marsiglia joining you on the call as the 4x8 gets underway to kick things off. Welcome to the broadcast booth.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here. Love track and watching these teams compete every year, so it's nice to have this bird's eye view of the meet today.
Yeah, absolutely. So really cool here. Girls 4x8. Underway, East Kentwood taking on Hudsonville on this one. You have East Kentwood's A and B teams, Hudsonville's A team out there. No rosters for us on the meets here on athletic.net. And again, if you want to follow along with all of the live scoring, you can check out athletic.net. Go ahead, search East Kentwood on there, and you'll get all of the results live. The clock scores it live. You'll have access to that. You'll have access to basically everything but the video stream as both 4x8s underway at the moment. So, Joe, what are you looking forward to most about this one?
You know, I'm looking forward. Isaac Tanis in the 3200 on Monday ran a sub 10-minute 2-mile, and that's just incredible. So to be able to see that race, I know that can be kind of a gauntlet of a race when you're going out there 8 laps. Seeing some of the field events, seeing how they can match up against Hudsonville. Hudsonville historically has some pretty good field event athletes. So just kind of seeing where we're at as we're about the midway point of the OK Red season. So just trying to see those different marks and then see what kind of JV results we get as well. As we heard earlier that we have about 30 heats of the 100, and those are the future stars of Kentwood. So just trying to see like where do they fall, where could they fit into this lineup as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, our field events underway too. Girls high jump. Going. Boys high jump is going as well. James Johnson, Keaton Bauhaus, Chris Parker, they've all passed on those first couple jumps. So I think the word of the day here is it's a PR day. The weather's fantastic, real light breeze, couple sprinkles of rain out there at the moment, but nothing that's going to ever pick up or get any sort of disruption out of. But I think the kids are excited. You know, last week was absolutely frigid. Not even last week. Last week's track meet and Monday's track meet were just frigid. So the fact that it's out there right now, it's about 68 degrees. Just a little bit of a breeze this time coming into us here in the press box. I think you're going to see some very, very fast times.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll see fast times on the track. I think discus, you'll be able to see some really decent throws out there with the wind. It's not near as windy as it was on Monday, as you know. Like Monday was so windy. So I think we'll see pole vault will be much better this time. The 100 and the 200 will have much faster times. I agree. This is like a great temperature for running. It's not too hot, but it's not too cold. So these ladies and men are out here in their normal gear and not wearing like sweatshirts and hats and things like that.
Yeah, I know Coach Tim Gums was real excited about some of the distance running and stuff today. And one of the things Alex and I were wondering last week, and Alex will be on and off the stream as well, how does the wind impact those field events?
Yeah, the wind can definitely impact field events. Pole vault is one of the major ones that it impacts. Long jump as well. When you're looking at, if you're going into the wind with long jump, you're struggling with how do I get my steps. But if you have the wind behind you, although that is nice, you also have the inverse effect of I might be going too fast on here and missing that board. And when you're missing that board, you're not getting that mark counted. For discus, I know when you have this little bit of wind, they're excited, right? Yeah. If the wind is going into there, that really propels that launch pad for them. So I truly think for discus right now, they're like, this is the perfect weather to throw the disc.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep an eye out on those field events. We don't have a camera out there at the moment, but girls pole vault, Riley Mulligan just cleared 7-0 there. Hudsonville taking part in the boys pole vault at the moment. Girls long jump, Journey Cottle in the lead there, 14:02. Boys long jump, Lorenzo Reynolds in the lead at 22:00.25. You got shot put, you got discus. Darius Nassip on discus just set a PR at 1:29.01. So already backing up your point there. So that is something to absolutely keep an eye out for as we cross the 4.5-minute mark here in the 800.
Yeah, on Monday, both boys A and girls A beat Rockford on Monday in the 4x8. So they had a really good 4x8 team. I think Rockford boys was about 3 seconds behind our boys. So it was a tight race, when you're thinking of as long as this is. But right now, it looks like their gate patterns, they're running really, really strong right now for both teams.
Yeah, and Monday was a great showing. I know the boys, the margin of victory was really big. And then the talk on Tuesday in school was about, like, the girls. Yeah. I mean, that was – I don't want to go so far to say it was an upset, but, I mean, there was quite a few pleasant surprises as far as, not necessarily expecting a margin of victory like that.
Yep.
What was that like from the actual, like, rankings and times you saw? Was that just an outstanding performance by EK?
Yeah, I mean, it looked like just a gritty performance. Like, everything that they were in was a tight race. But they came through, right? The times might not represent how well they ran, just because of the wind, but they really came out. They showed out. Rockford perennially is just a powerhouse too in track, right? So you have us going against each other. When I linked in what we did against Rockford and compared to what Rockford did against Hudsonville, Rockford girls, I think, beat Hudsonville by like over 50 points. So it wasn't even a close race. So the fact that we went to Rockford and were able to come away with some victories, it showed a lot of gritty performance from them.
Yeah, outstanding. And, we saw a lot of track members in and out of the locker room on Monday because of the weather. And one of the things we noted just walking out here and getting everything set up, just the sense of joy and excitement of, oh my goodness, I finally don't need a blanket when I'm out on the field. Don't necessarily need to wear your zip up. It is t-shirt and shorts weather, absolutely. So certainly looking forward to that as we're approaching 6:30 here in the 4x8.
Yeah, I'm really expecting that PR bell to ring quite a bit today.
Yeah.
Like I said, the weather seems to be perfect with it. That was a very nice handoff in the 4x8 there by those two guys. So they're really just seem to be locked in today.
Yeah, you see Coach Gums down there in the corner. That's him in the all gray, kind of marching, following his team, barking out some directions there. You'll see that a lot from him, from Val Tomzima, head coach Stephanie Stevenson of the girls, Dave Emiot of the boys. Just the amount of hands-on coaching that you see. That's another thing we've been noting at these meets. It's not just the guy or the girl that's out front that's getting instruction from the coaches. Every single runner that passes by the coaches is getting encouragement or getting instruction. So just so cool to see for by far and away the biggest varsity team at EK.
Yes, absolutely. And, I look too, even with the athletes, like I walked by on my way up here and they were warming up for the hurdles and the 100 and just getting loose. Like the conversation between teammates and how, like, get out of the blocks a little bit faster. This is what you can do here. Make sure you're remembering this. Like just having that just as a general conversation for them. And it comes from the top down, right? They see it from the coaches. The coaches encourage every student. And then now we see students also encouraging each other as they're going through here.
Yeah, some more updates from some of those field events. Helipoy leading the girls pole vault, just cleared 9 flat. Girls long jump, Abby Terry leading 15:11. Lorenzo Reynolds continuing to lead in the boys long jump at 22 flat, 0.25. Varsity shot put, Layla Perry for EK setting a new PR, 26.925 there. We see some Hudsonville PRs as well and some of the boys discus. So everything well underway here for this matchup between East Kentwood and Hudsonville.
Yeah, and like Preston said, too, if you are following along and listening, you want to see these live updates, athletic.net is a great resource. When I was, like, just looking at some things as we were getting ready for today's broadcast, I truly was just amazed at how well it is. Like, I think back in the day when I ran track here, it was all paper and pencil, and you just hope that those things got on there. And the only event that was on athletic.net back then was the Grand Valley Invitational Meet, which is always the first meet of the year. So it's really neat to be able to see live results and PRs like that.
Yeah, it's a huge setup. Justin Michalowski, Ashley Bartley down there managing all of the scoring. The setup is intense. There's multiple cameras. It's the photo finish. It's like you're watching the Kentucky Derby. Like they're going in, they're zooming in. They go to training. They went to Portland, Oregon as EK crosses the line there. You'll see those results pop up on your screen, Julie. If you flip to that, you'll see the EK time crossing there. That's the girls 4x800 results running at the same time. We'll see if the boys results do pop up, but it was right around the 9-minute mark for them.
Yeah, and we're here in a battle for the girls 4x8 here down at the end with Ava Lawrence going down there trying to secure the win. So this is going to be a tight little battle here in the last 50 meters.
Yeah, Ava really trying to push there. We'll see if she can catch her closing in slightly, but it looks like Hudsonville will hang on.
Great final stretch for both those ladies. They did a great
absolutely.
job.
That's about the 9:45-ish mark as we'll wait for those scores. And there it is, Hudsonville 9:43.997, EK 9:44.434. So
I mean, that's flying. So we talked about this type of weather, right? They ran a 10:08 on Monday.
Wow.
And so when you look at that difference,
Wow.
the wind plays a factor when you're running those laps. So that's absolutely flying. So great job by both those groups.
Yeah, the wind Monday, just absolutely brutal. We had gusts up to clearing 40 miles an hour. We were walking back and forth to turn on the Jumbotron, and we'd turn around and start walking back. And the way the wind hit you in turns 3 and turns 4 was, it would just absolutely take your breath away.
Mm-hmm.
So from the 4x8, getting ready now for the 100-meter hurdles. Some of the boys high jump, James Johnson, Chris Parker, continuing to pass as they just passed at their 5:04 mark there. So some of the field events taking place as well.
Nice. Yeah, when you're looking at, we're getting ready for the 110 and the 100-meter hurdles. For the girls to get a varsity letter, so when you're not looking out of that varsity level group, if you're in the JV level, you can still get a varsity letter in any meet. All you have to do is at least cross that once. And so for the girls' 100-meter hurdles, they need to hit a mark of 17 and 6/10. And for the boys, they're looking for those high hurdles. I just had it there. For 16:99. So they need to be just under 17 seconds in the 110 high hurdles to achieve that mark.
And I believe it's the girls first?
Yeah, girls will be first.
Yep.
Yep. So for field events, if it's not something like depending on what it is, right? But right now, long jump will be boys. High jump, we have boys and girls going at the same time. But for the track events, girls will start first this year. And that'll be the same all the way through the state meet. So the state meet will mimic everything we've done this year. And then next year it'll flip. Even years are always boys. Odd years are girls to start.
Yeah, we are, speaking of the state track meet, really looking forward to that. That's Saturday, May 31st here at Falcon Stadium. Of course, hosted that event last year. We've talked about that on multiple broadcasts as well. You got to see it to believe it. I mean, just how many people they fit in here. I mean, it's standing room only. I mean, the entire concourse, down around the flag, the concession stand, it's 5-6 bodies deep standing up against the fence. The away side bleachers completely packed. The home side bleachers completely packed. I think last year the announced attendance was just over 20,000.
Yeah.
Just massive draw. And I know we got feedback from the MHSAA. They were completely blown away, and that's a group effort. That's everybody from custodial to the grounds crew, the concession volunteers. Blaine Brummel's great job just kind of assembling the crew. So.
Yeah, and it's a week-long effort too leading into that. So you're getting things ready, you're getting tents up, and Michalowski's getting his stuff ready so he can do the scoring. And then, that day for me is a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. day.
Yes.
So it's an absolute amazing event. I'm grateful that we get to host it 2 years in a row. And then it looks like the girls are about to get ready for the 100 hurdles.
Yeah, some really great times in there. So entering this one, the season best time belonging to Aaliyah Bailey in lane 5, the freshman, with a 15.48. Abby Terry, 15.52. Alana Bracey in lane 7, 15.56. Journey Cottle, lane 1, 16.24 for their season bests. The fast time for Hudsonville runners, lane 6, Riley Pohl, 17.5.
17.5. Nice. Yeah, those are going to be some good numbers. Yeah, I am looking for some good points here. I think out of East Kentwood in this event here.
Yeah, and one of the most amazing things, I mean, you see some of those times, and that's freshmen and Bailey and then juniors and Bracy and Cottle, Abby Terry, the senior of the group. So
yeah,
it's got to make you excited about next year and down the line too.
Absolutely. I mean, that placed Bailey 7th all time in the Kentwood history for the 100 hurdles. So they got 7th all time in the hurdles with that time that you just mentioned, and then Bracy did it in 2024. She did just under 15 seconds. So like they got some really good times for being really young. So plenty of good performances left out of them for sure.
As our starter getting things lined up, we're with the old school timing gun again. Both of the fancy timing guns last on Monday malfunctioned, so we are on Plan C. That's the old school cap gun.
Yep. No, you got to have those just in case, right?
Yep.
Technology doesn't always work out the way that you're
Absolutely.
hoping, and so it's good to have those readily available.
So going over the rules down there, you see our starter in the red cap. And there's the whistle as the girls get ready for the one varsity heat of the 100-meter hurdles. Again, lane 5, Aaliyah Bailey, the one to watch, the fast time amongst the girls in this one with her season best in PR 15.48.
Yeah, that is a great mark.
On their mark, and they're off. Really good start for Bracy in lane 7. And Bracy and Terry looking out front, and it will be Alana, Bracy, Terry, and then Bailey.
Yeah, we had all 4 of our Kentwood runners in there. Took 1, 2, 3, 4 there.
15.43.
Wow, that is a good
for Bracy. That is a season best. Just off of her PR of 14.99, but just a really tremendous time there.
Yeah, and right now they have kind of a little bit of a crosswind as they're coming through too, so it's not a direct headwind for them, which is nice. So they should still get some good times down here on this stretch.
Yeah, Bracy 15.43, Terry 15.7, Bailey 15.9. So all good times.
Yeah, those are good. As we look like to the state meet, the top one right now in the state is Layla Hawkins from Detroit Cass Tech at 14.04.
Wow.
So just absolutely
Holy
flying.
cow.
So I really, like that day, you get the best athletes in Division I. So I really look forward to seeing how we stack up against everybody else that day.
Yeah, that is going to be just seriously, you have to attend. You have to come watch it. You know, some of these athletes are absolutely going Division I. These are future Olympians that you're watching out there. Really, really great. So come check that out May 31st. So heat 1 of 2 for JV in this one. As we look, fast time, lane 5, Taryn Jones, season best of 17.52 for East Kentwood. Only 2 runners for Hudsonville in this one in lanes 1 and 2. Camila Ponte Hernandez, she won on Monday. Eris Lee, Anna Mayobi, Jaslyn Chisholm Humes, Savannah Nichols, Ava Gomez. Not seeing Hudsonville runners in the blocks in lane 1 and 2, so Hudsonville may be scratched out. So this will be an all EK JV 100-meter hurdles for the girls.
This is always fun too. If you do have like an all JV where it's just your team, it's
It's
the bragging rights. It's the hold your head up high, talk to each other as you're going through for the week. So here they go
through the first couple hurdles.
Looks like Taryn Jones is leading this group right now by a couple stride lengths.
And it'll be a tight battle for second.
Yep.
One stumble there towards the end, but great run there by Taryn Jones. 16 7.76. That is a season best.
Nice. That's a season best. That is great. That also is a varsity letter number, too.
Congrats. Savannah Nichols, also a season best, 18.04. A PR in third for Jaslyn Chisholm-Humes at 18.09. Season best for Aponte Hernandez at 18.33. So 1 through 4 for EK, all season bests.
Nice. That's just like you said earlier, right? This
Yep,
is the weather
this is
to
the
have PRs. So they've had some really cold weather their first few meets. So this is really good to start to see them be able to make some marks here.
Yeah, just getting a little bit more stretched out. The flag is just hanging. There is just the gentlest of breezes.
Give you that nice cool off. And really that race there, too, between them, minus that last hurdle, it was pretty clean. And so that was nice to see that the girls were able to go through there nice and clean throughout most of those blocks.
Yeah. As we get ready for the second of the girls' heats.
Yeah, this one will actually have some Hudsonville girls. In lane 1, Nora Vanderwell. Lane 2, Evan Torres of East Kentwood. Lane 3, Kelsey Vandenberg and Elena Persmere in lane 4 for Hudsonville.
Lane 5, Quinn Smith for EK, the season best time heading into this. We'll see if she can defend that.
Yeah, looking like she's got really good out the gate there.
And Quinn Smith still out of front, just ahead of Hudsonville, and I think
Look like
she's
Quinn
going to
got
cross the line.
Yeah, I think Kelsey will take second.
And it is 19.441.
And then Nora Vanderweel took 19.67. Yeah, that was a great run by Quinn.
And that is a PR for her. PR for her. Jade Brewer in third, a PR. Sinai Mickens, season best for her in fifth.
And so right now they're currently moving the hurdles up 2 notches and also sliding them back because in the boys division it's 110 high hurdles compared to the 100-meter hurdles there.
And then there's also one event that the boys varsity runs that JV doesn't. That's the
300 hurdles? Or
is that the 3? I think it is.
Yeah, I don't think they do JV 300 hurdles. So when you look at like what races are the toughest races, for me, I always say 800 is the toughest race. You are sprinting 2 laps, you're going around.
Yep.
300 hurdles is right up there, right? You're going 300 meters and having the jump hurdles in addition to it. It is a really, really tough event where some of East Kentwood's best athletes have run, and it's really neat to see every year.
Yeah, that is just could not be me. That's what Alex and I were saying is absolutely could not be me.
Yeah, I did the 300 hurdles once way back in the day, and it was a one-time thing. I was like, yep, this is fine. I'll stick to just running the 400 without hurdles.
Okay, we're back here. Not Preston. All of a sudden, Coach Jarmo shows up out of nowhere. But we have a guest. Obviously, we have Joe Marsiglia, first time in the booth, and he's doing phenomenal. But we have Sierra Cox-Prada here, coming directly from Valleywood today.
Yes.
And just a special guest for us today because Sierra is going to be one of our new administrators at the brand new elementary school, Hamilton Elementary. I mean, we're both, or all three of us, remember Hamilton as an elementary school way back in the day, but now new and improved Hamilton from a facilities perspective, and you guys get to head up the first year of a brand new elementary school.
Yes. So, we're excited for it. We're due to take occupancy in June, and so we're gearing up for that. And we've got kindergarten visitation tonight at Bowen, so very thankful for local schools sharing their space with us in the meantime.
How about Bowen? the good old Bowen Arrows. The Bowen Falcons now, right? Everybody's the Falcons. Sorry.
Yeah, we're all Falcons, but I'll tell you what, the Bow and Arrows is one of the best of all time.
Fantastic.
100%.
Fantastic, absolutely. And, when we were reaching out to people saying, hey, do you want to come on the live stream for track, I thought of you because not only are you, doing a fantastic job and going to open up a new elementary school for us, but you know a lot about track. You have a track family, and brother was one of the best runners we've had here at East Kentwood. That was in my grade. But yeah, talk us through it. I know you haven't watched a whole lot yet, but 100-meter hurdles, you got anything for us?
I do not. I can say, though, that we've got some good talent coming through from Valleywood. We've got some good sprinters and hurdlers. Our distance program is also really strong, so something to look forward to in the future. My brother obviously ran 800, so that mid-distance is what I'm most familiar with. I was actually just showing my daughter's his record on the record board, and so always full circle moment for me to be back here.
Super fun as we start another heat of the 100-meter hurdles. Gene Shema, lane 1, Kenneth Harris, lane 3, Shakuru Makechi in lane 5, and then Tamatucci in lane 7 for the Falcons. Gene the Machine in my first hour. A good race by him.
Yeah, Shakuro Makechi with 15:31 on that.
Shakuru's had a great year, and it looks like that's going to be good for a PR for Shakuru, and that is the 40th best time in the state of Michigan this year.
Yeah, that is wonderful.
Wow.
And our, Kokozi and Gene Shema, they both PR'd as well, 15.9 and 15.95. So, like we talked about earlier, it is a PR day, and they're really showing it in these first events.
Everybody, I stood out in the hallway. I stand out in the hallway between passing time, and every single person that walked in my classroom, I said it's a PR Wednesday. And so some of the people that aren't inclined in like the track jargon looked at me like, "What are you talking about, Mr. Jarman?" But I was like, "It's a PR Wednesday." We went through it on Monday with 40 degrees and 35-mile-per-hour sustained winds, and now we get a beautiful golf-like day.
Yes.
For us here. So talk to us more about, obviously, it's one thing to transition from classroom to administrator and, the different roles that you can develop within a district, but it's another thing to, do it and open a new school. So obviously challenges, but also exciting stuff. So just talk us through a little bit about what the process has been like.
Yeah, so, obviously Anna and I are very excited. Being able to start a new school is kind of like we get to start our legacy here in Kentwood, and so it's something we don't take lightly. We have our staff. We've got strong numbers coming in for K1 and 2, so we'll see what that looks like. Perhaps maybe growing more than we thought initially. Just hired our front office staff, and we'll be hiring for our resource teacher here soon. So it's a nice slow rollout. We're both doing jobs right now and also preparing for next year, so having that duo responsibility is a lot, but we love it.
Very cool. That's so fun. And knowing you for as long as I have, I know you guys are going to do a fantastic job. Speaking of fantastic jobs, here's Mo Barnes.
Yeah, it looks like Major Barnes going right there.
Major Barnes coming in with in lane 6. And Jameer Fields in lane 3, it looks like.
Yeah, that's
Morrison Brown.
Morrison Brown, nice work.
Nice work.
PR for both those. PR for everybody so far on this run. Here, Major Barnes did qualify for a varsity letter in this event if he has not done so already. But with that PR, he's pretty close on that.
Go Major.
Nice work.
He's had a great season, and he keeps getting better, it seems like, at a lot of these events. And he's fun to watch. A 3-sport athlete here at East Kentwood, basketball, football, and track. For Major.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, when you are a multi-sport athlete, it will help you in so many things. And I think for Major, it'll really help him on the football field and on the basketball court.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's fun to watch. Even and just looking out at the infield, it feels like a track meet. Last or this Monday, we looked out, and I think half of these bodies were in the locker room at this point.
Yep.
And so it feels very festive, and track is such a fun part of the spring sports season. But it's interesting to get the Valleywood take. You've had a lot of students come through Valleywood the last 5-6 years. Any that you see out here that you're excited to watch, or anybody in particular?
I've been looking. I know that we have
a ton of Valleywood.
We have a ton of Valleywood kids, and I'm not sure. I know that some are doing basketball. I'm not sure if that translated them doing track, but Lorenzo Reynolds.
Oh yeah, we've seen Lorenzo out here. Yeah, for sure.
He's pretty quick, so
that
name sticks out for me.
Absolutely, and it's fun to watch all of our different runners from the middle schools. Battle of the Woods, May 20th this year is going to be another week. We're exchanging emails about how to get the video board working for that,
That'll be excellent.
That'll be fun. So if you're into track and you want to see the future of East Kentwood track, Battle of the Woods is a great place to go for that as we continue to work our way through a fantastic set of 100-meter hurdles, but it looks like we're going to the 100-meter dash now.
Yeah, so this
as
is
we
going to
keep
be
moving forward.
Heat 1.
Fantastic. Really, really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's fun to take a look at this, and
I mean,
Yeah.
up here, you're up here, you get to see everything. So from our vantage point, you know, we see the field, we see the track, but we can see high jump, we can see long jump, we can see shot put. The only thing currently hidden is discus because they're going against the wind, which is the way to do it in that event.
Yeah, this is great. I've never had this perspective before for a track meet, so it's excellent.
Yeah. And then exciting with Hamilton reopening. You know, you think about that's an area that had that presence, and so I think it's really exciting, kind of the rebranding, making it, you know, we're a destination district, and so to see that out there with what they're doing with Hamilton, what you guys are doing is really exciting.
Yeah, thank you for saying so. It's also been nice to talk with parents who, like, they went there, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a really cool experience that they now get to share that with their children themselves. So.
Yeah, and if you haven't driven by there at all, I mean, just the work that they are doing out there is absolutely phenomenal. It is something that, like, I had the privilege to walk through probably about 2 months ago, and just even there, you can see the old of, like, what Hamilton was. So you got the history of it and see some of the wood that's been there forever, but then also the newness, too,
Yes.
in the 2025 realm. And so it's just really, really neat.
Sorry, working through technical difficulties. You know, we're up here. Every single meet we try something new, and then something else breaks when we try something new. So, but we got it fixed, and we're back.
Yeah, so the
100-meter dash.
Logan Richardson looks
Of
like
course.
first place. Very solid run for
Is
her.
it going
She
to be
got
a
the blocks
PR? It's a lot to be a PR for Logan. This would be
That-
quite something.
She's
See
had a
if we get
great year so
results in.
far, even with the weather that we've
It's going to
had.
be 12:3.56 for Logan, and don't know if that's enough for a PR or not.
It is a
as
PR.
we can show it on the board.
No,
as
it
we
was
could
not.
show it on the board.
State
Fantastic.
best.
That's a PR for Logan Richardson.
Yep, and a state best, it says. SB.
I think that's a season best.
Season best. Season best. There we go.
Yes,
Season best.
season best. I think it'd have to be in the 11s.
It'd probably be in the
to-
11s. Yeah, they're pretty fast.
to be
on
the
east
state
side.
best, but season best for Logan. Great job, Logan Richardson, one of our very talented sprinters.
Nice. You
As
really
we keep
spoke that
working.
PR into existence there, Jarmo.
Yeah, I've been putting it in the air all day long. We had to weather the storm on Monday, and it was impressive how many PRs we got Monday, even though
Yeah.
it was just brutal. And the wind was coming kind of southwest, so it was just right in their face, and that makes it even worse.
Yep, absolutely.
So, I was like, if we're getting PRs today, we're definitely going to get some Wednesday. And then looking at the extended forecast, it looks like we're going to get a nice day next week Wednesday for our last home dual meet against the Granville Bulldogs. An all okay red slate for the Falcons. We had West Ottawa last week, and then Rockford Monday, and Hudsonville today.
Nice.
Yeah.
Speaking of all one thing, this is an all Falcon heat of the 100-meter dash. It looks like, I don't know if they're giving you an indication on how many there will be. I think it's towards
Looks
the
like
top.
10. So there's 10
10
heats of the girls. So
of
we
the
have
100-meter dash.
Yeah, and this is of the JV. So that was the first
Yep.
heat of 10 as they're getting through here. So we'll see some mixed. You know, it'll be all Kentwood at some points, and then Hudsonville will get mixed in there as well.
Absolutely.
And then we have season best for Shemaya Madison and Samari Roberts, 13:57 and 13:63 respectively for them on that as well. Monty Armstrong and Kylie Walker, they were 1-2 in this heat, and they went 13:13 and 13:22, both PRs for them as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, they're flying today. That Bell is going to get a workout.
Mm-hmm.
We should have had a Bell cam today. We really should have. This would have been the day to do it. We might be able to do that. I'm not sure if we can get anybody down there with the Bell cam, but yeah, no, it's fun. So, Sierra, have you reached out to anyone in particular about starting a new school? It's not like it's
Yeah.
something very many people do. Like if you just walk around, most schools have been in existence for a long time at this point. So there's probably not a lot of people that are like, yeah, I've started 3 new schools.
No, there's not, other than, being able to research. But I actually applied for the Teach Michigan Sitting Leaders Fellowship. And there's somebody on that team that works with administrators on starting new buildings. So Anna, my principal's already in connection with that.
Specifically on starting new buildings.
Yeah.
Wow.
So to answer your question, yes. That's right. I have.
Teach Michigan does so many fantastic things. Preston,
Yes.
who you just heard on the call, is part of one of the fellowships for Teach Michigan. And
Yes.
him and Jasmine are giving a speech on May 2nd downtown, doing something like that. And so they're highly involved in that. And it really does seem like a program that benefits a lot of teachers and administrators.
I recommend it to anybody who's considering it for sure.
Yeah, I'm also in the sitting leaders, and it just brings people from all across the state and in the UP even. And it just allows you to hear the different perspectives that they have and get just some really fresh ideas.
And networking.
Yeah.
I imagine, too, it's nice because if you're a teacher in a building like Kentwood, you have 110 colleagues. You have people that, are kind of going through the same things you are. As an administrator, there's a few less people to maybe lean on or talk to or just, voice frustrations of day-to-day things. And so it's probably nice to have a group of people that kind of carry the burden as well, because it's such an involved and such a taxing job. It's probably nice to just be able to talk through all those things with a group of people from around the state.
Yeah, we have monthly Zoom calls I have a cohort of 4 people, like with my direct one, and there's 56 of us total, but like just to hear like how their day-to-day is, what does that look like, and then to go, the same things that like I might be struggling with, they are too, like they understand, today might be an extra coffee day or whatever it may be. So yeah, it's just really neat to be able to be a part of that as well.
As we start, I believe this is heat number 3 of the JV. Our very own Ashanti Yarborough in lane 3, a production club member. It's like a good heat for her as we finish up.
Yeah, that looked like a really well-timed heat.
There was
nobody super far apart. They were all pretty close together. But, yeah, Layla Perry with the 14:11. Nice work.
Right.
Another PR for her, PR for Layla Perry.
And then Terpstra and Hamilton from the Hudsonville Eagles, both with season bests in the low 14s. Waiting on Ashanti's number here. Ashanti, one of our great camera crew members. She's worked the switcher and a bunch of other things for us. Does a little bit with the graphics as well. 14.50, a PR for Ashanti, everybody. There we go, as the press box erupts with applause. She's a junior, so we're going to lean on Ashanti for graduation because all of our seniors leave us.
Oh, yeah.
And when all of your seniors do, a lot of the jobs here, it's going to be Julie, Ashanti, Diara, Andrew. Those are going to be the juniors that we lean on as we move forward and try to build the program. But, yeah, we have another heat. This is heat number 4 of the 100-meter dash for the girls. We did hear someone said there were up to 30 heats of the 200. I don't know if that was
the starter said at the beginning, so we might be seeing close to 15 heats in the boys maybe.
At that point, if anybody wants to come up and talk to us, if you're out there just listening, you can just come up, take a half hour.
We'll give you the headset. It'll be just.
But if we're doing it, it's at least we're gonna do it on a nice day. It's sunny out and sun shining. So we mentioned new facilities at Hamilton. We were just over at Bowen, and I got to see there. I hadn't been to Bowen in 10 years because Jasmine had a community night. Beautiful facilities at Bowen, like brand new kitchen, the gym looks great, all those things. So you have a updated building, correct? New facility. I'm assuming.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of both. I think there are some structures that have been there since before it was even a Kentwood building, and then there's also parts of the school that are going to be brand new.
Oh wow!
And then the early childhood center is a completely new
for sure.
addition.
Yeah. Absolutely. What parts of the building are they doing for? Or are you allowed to tell us? Is this?
I know. I'm like.
Is this big time?
I don't think so. I think I can say everything. I know that we're getting a new library space. I know there's a chunk of the gym will be new. It's a completely new front of office. the classrooms, for the most part, before it shut down, were relatively new. I think within like a couple of years when it was an early childhood center, but there will be some additional ones. What the kids are most excited about is the playground. The playground is a big,
get a new
big selling
playground.
point. Yes.
That is fantastic.
Yes.
That's a big time selling point,
Yes.
right? That's the recess is absolutely crucial. I still remember some of my Foursquare games at Explorer Elementary. So,
Yeah.
it never leaves you. As we get another round of the 100 meter, it looked like Ava Gomez might have Angelique Pascal just edges Ava out, 14:55 and 14:60 respectively. Ava, one of our fearless Powder Puff football players, scored a touchdown. I thought Ava scored. I don't know. I think she got a. Yeah, we had a lot of people. We had a lot of seniors score that night.
Here we go.
But she's great, and see her in the hallway every once in a while.
And you
Rylan
coached them as
Milton.
juniors too, right?
No, I had the seniors back-to-back years.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They've decided to give Preston and I the seniors most of the time because the seniors are supposed to win.
Okay.
And we always win.
I love it.
I'm 8-0 in Powder Puff football.
For real?
So if anybody wants to challenge me in Powder Puff football,
Bring it on.
I'm extremely confident, supremely confident in our Powder Puff football organization. It's a different game. We had 110 senior girls this year.
That's
so we
amazing.
had 11 different teams and still
I was
found
gonna say, so everybody plays for like a minute. and then-
we had 13 drives.
Okay.
So we were able to manage. I went to administration. I said we need to make the game long enough where we have at least 11 drives so that each person can go out there one time.
Yep.
And we ended up with 13 drives and scored on 7 of them.
Wow.
Oh, that's good. That's exciting. It's always a fun event. I just think it's neat. And, they get to be on the field. It's a nice community atmosphere there as well.
Yep. As we get more PRs here for heat number 6 of the JV girls. So updated play. New
so
stuff
going
with the
back to
playground.
that. So, we've got 2 new playgrounds. Well, I guess 3 if you include the early childhood. But the biggest, and it would be a shame if I didn't mention it, is the presence of natural light is a big part of our school.
Cool.
We have walls that are just windows, like the cafeteria is just a complete wall on the westward facing side of the building, and just built through the lens of what children need and what's beneficial for children and for the adults in the building too. So
Absolutely.
I'm very excited about that because we've probably have all been in classrooms and have taught in many classrooms that don't have windows, and so we're moving forward.
I went from having a window to no window so I could get next door to Preston.
Well, Preston's just a ray of sunshine.
There it
though,
is.
so
Yeah.
there you go.
Preston is all of our sunshine. But yeah, on the days that we do get a little bit of sunshine in the state of Michigan,
Yes.
you get to take full advantage.
True.
With the windows.
Yes.
It's not like a Dallas Cowboys situation where the sun just sets right at one.
You can't
one
see
of the-
anything
yeah.
as you're going through.
Breakfast
the people
might be a little
the people
crazy.
serving
Yeah.
lunch are like, who? I think you got. I don't know how many fries I gave that person.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's fantastic. Natural. Going to Pinewood. Pinewood has a lot of natural
Yes.
light. Kind of. You
Even
can even
those
see it from
windows,
here.
yep.
Yeah. They got the windows on the second floor and those windows on the edge. And I remember transitioning from Pinewood to the 1012 building, which has expanded their natural light, but there's still some areas that are like classic kind of 1970s high school hallways because that's
That's
when it
just
was
what
built.
was. Yeah.
But it is nice to have all that stuff ready for our elementary schoolers. So that's so fun.
Heading into our 8th heat of 10 on the girls 100 meter.
Oh, yeah.
When I was over at Hamilton, I noticed that they cut some windows and natural lighting for the gym as well. So now the gym is no longer just dark.
Yes.
They're going to have that natural light in the gym, which is awesome. And I've been seeing that, like Bowen, you mentioned Bowen earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Bowen has a natural light. Metalon has it. And so I really like how, as we are progressing and adding new facilities, that natural light is a big proponent for that as well.
It's kind of a consistent thing through the district. It seems like something that's a fantastic thing. 'Cause
Yeah.
then, you get that no matter what elementary school you go to, it kind of feels the same, and it's like a very district standard thing where it's That's cool.
Yeah, and you look at the mock-ups. If you go behind East Kentwood right now, they are full underway. Yesterday was the groundbreaking for the indoor athletic complex. That is just going to be massive,
that
right?
looks phenomenal.
It's going to be awesome. But yeah, again, natural light there, walking track, full field. Like it's going to serve the community so well.
Yeah, Preston and I had a couple summer meetings as we get I think an entire heat of PRs.
Yeah.
Another one. This is an entire heat of PRs for the Falcons, and the Hudsonville Eagles. One to go. Come on. Oh, and we don't get the final results, but we're just going to go with that was a PR too. So we get a whole heat. So heat number 8 of the 100-meter dash, a full heat of PRs on this PR Wednesday. The multi-purpose indoor facility, we had a meeting earlier in the year because obviously we do all the video boards, and they were kind of asking us questions like, hey, where should we put it? What should we do? And a lot of the purposes of where we ended up putting the video board actually has to do with band.
Oh, yeah.
So that they can we put the video board, or what I think is still going to happen is the video board is going to go on the same side as the band director tower, so that they're looking at the band director and then they can see themselves
behind
in the screen as they make their formation. So
that's so cool.
Having a indoor facility for them, they have so many days where they're kind of playing double dutch with the weather, like whether they should go out and practice 4th hour or stay in. The fall weather towards the end of November gets really dicey, and they still have to practice because they're competing and they have their big competition in late October, so they have to try to get those practices in, and now they're not going to have to worry about it. 4th hour, they're just going to go right to the indoor facility. And in the summer for band camp, it's going to be the AC is going to be flowing probably. And, and Gozzard and Dembitsky aren't going to have the sunglass tan lines because they're out here for 12 hours straight, and they put in so much work. And so getting a facility, not only for lacrosse, football, baseball, all those indoor sports, but also fine arts. The STEAM fair is going to move in there, which is really, really cool. Because if you've ever been to a STEAM fair at East Kentwood, I think we fit about 7,000 people into the field house for the STEAM fair. We're bringing elementary schoolers in to look at the snakes and the rockets and all that cool stuff. And so getting a little bigger facility for that will be fantastic as well as we move to heat 10 of the 100-meter dash for the East Kentwood Falcons. Looks like that was a very close one.
Yeah, that was a really good group of girls racing against each other there.
Yeah, very competitive coming down to the wire, and it looks like Abriana Willis is going to take that heat with win by 4/100ths of a second.
And then looks like a full heat of either season best or PRs again.
Another one on a PR Wednesday. As we move to the boys 100-meter dash, it looks like I see Javon Alexander down there. I also see can't tell from here.
Jacarvion Johnson looks like lane 2. And then
there's Jacarvion. Okay, he just did his warm-up. He got behind the
Malachi should be lane 6.
Malachi Mosley's going to race the 100.
Malachi Mosley. So I had him as a 5th grader, and I just have loved to see his growth. But he is such a great 400-meter runner.
Absolutely.
And then you see him now doing the 100, doing the 200, and he is in the top 10 in all of those categories in Kentwood history.
Incredible.
Just absolute incredible athlete. Going to Michigan next year. Excited to see
We
him.
might see one today right now.
Absolutely.
This is, hold on to your hats, everybody. This is no wind down there right now. That the flags are limp, and it is probably almost 70 degrees.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a nice, balmy, perfect 100-meter day. And it's that time of year where things start to heat up.
Mm-hmm.
No pun intended. On the track, Malachi Mosley in lane 5. Javon Alexander in lane 3. Jacarvion Johnson in Malachi 6. Javon 4. Jacarvion 2. As we get going here, you can kind of feel a couple more eyeballs on this race here as people have kind of turned and looked.
This is the first heat?
They see Malachi Mosley out there, and it's always fun to watch. Let's see what we got. Malachi 1, Javon 2, all the way through the line. Looking pretty good. Is that a PR for Malachi? It's going to be close.
They both came out of the blocks. And it is a PR, 10-7-9 for Malachi Mosley. And then a PR for Alexander with 11-13.
There we go.
It has him ranked 48th, it says. in Michigan.
That's awesome.
So that is really, really good.
Really good. 10.79 for Malachi.
That is flying.
Absolutely.
Absolutely flying.
Absolutely. So impressive.
And anytime you can PR right is just absolutely amazing. But then you're just seeing those times.
Two great kids, too.
Yeah.
Like Malachi, he walks by in the hallway, and you wouldn't know if he's in Heat 8 or Heat 1. He says he's a humble kid.
Yep.
He walks by, you're like, that's the fastest kid in the state. Like that kid looks just, he's so humble and so, loves talking to everybody. No ego at all. Javon Alexander, same way. I have him in my third hour, and he's a great worker in AP Econ. Just exactly what you want in a student
Just
leader
a great,
for your program. Well-rounded group there. And congratulations to both of them on a PR Wednesday.
That moves Malachi up to 6th in the state right now in the 100 meters with that 10.79. So
that's fun.
Just absolutely awesome. We are going on our first heat of 16.
Jaziel Negron in heat in lane 1. Reese Emiat making an appearance. Oh, no Reese in lane 2. It looks like he's a scratch.
He might still be pole vaulting.
Abdul, lane 3. Owen Vanderveen, lane 4, as we get a false start. Donovan Rubens, 5. Samson Smingy in lane 6. I did check the name pronunciation today. He was in passing by during lunch. And as we get some directions from our fearless timer leader, Justin Michalowski. See Ashley Bartley on the phone down there. That's normally not.
Yeah, that's not something you want to see. Yeah, it's that best case scenario when you have the athletic director, Blaine Brummels, and the starter looking back and and phone calls being made. So I'm guessing the timer probably is not working the way that they're hoping at this moment.
So we might get a little time here to talk more about the Hamilton. So originally we're the Hawkeyes.
Yes.
But now the Falcons, obviously, and so it's fun. Anybody else that as you transition and you have this process, anybody else you reach out to? I know you've had some administrators that you've worked with, and in different buildings. Anybody that you look to for advice when you're like, holy cow, I'm starting a new school. I don't know.
No, for sure. I'm definitely leaning a lot on my current administrators, Janine Schmalley and Nate Moody, just for tips and suggestions along the way. But honestly, I've worked alongside Jason and Joe, and they really have been super generous with opening their doors to me. My children go there as well, so out of convenience too. That kind of just makes the most sense. Jason was also a former colleague, so everybody in the admin community, similar to the teaching community, has just been so gracious and always offering support. And Nick Carlesso, the dean at Endeavor, has offered support for next year as well. So I'm sure that'll just continue to roll in as we get closer.
Because every school's a little bit apart, but we're one big Kentwood community, and we're always trying to support each other however we can as we get Heat 2 of the 100 meter.
Which is an all Kentwood, speaking of Kentwood community.
Yeah, there it is.
Kentwood race.
Looks like that's going to be Donovan Rubens, Owen Vanderveen hanging in there, Sampson as well.
Yeah, Donovan Rubens with 11:38 PR freshman, so that is a great start for him.
In the first varsity heat of the 100 meter dash, please come to the timer tent. Again, heat 1.
And that does get him varsity letter. Looks like the first 5 would match varsity letter, so that is really
4
good.
PRs in the top 5. Owen Vanderveen with a sub 11.6.
Yeah.
That's a tall person to run 11.6
that
in
definitely
the 100.
is.
That's impressive stuff. Cade Kaufman under 12 seconds as well.
Yep, Bryce Barnes at 11:75.
Bryce Barnes.
I know Bryce ran the 400 or the 4x4, I think it was, against Rockford. So I know that was a tough, gritty race for him. I think he ran a 53 split. So nice to see him out here in much warmer weather, and those guys are really, really running well.
Absolutely. Bryce Barnes, such a fun person to have, and just so quick to pick stuff up. He's just a really sharp kid. Really, really fun to hang out with. I know when I watch him and Coach Lacanaria talk offensive football just in the hallway. He's locked in. He learned the formations, the motions, everything quicker than just about anybody. He's awesome, and a PR for him today, which is fantastic stuff. As we move to heat number 2 of the JV, Austin Bobo, lane 1. Also in my third hour. Super Mario Cunningham, 2. Malachi Daly, 3. Austin Nelson, 4. Nasir Williams, 5. And then Michael Swan, 6. And Layden Smith was in lane 9 there.
Yeah, Nasir Williams with 11:66 PR for him on this day. Same with Malachi Daly, 11:75. 2 PRs. Man, PR Wednesday is really a thing.
PR Wednesday
We're
is
going to
happening.
get T-shirts.
We
We're going to
need
be
it.
doing this thing.
I might
you know.
I might show up with a T-shirt tomorrow.
Yeah. Have you PR'd today?
I might have Jasmine cricket me a T-shirt tonight that says PR Wednesday, and I might wear it tomorrow. As we're getting results in, it looks like Michael Swan in third with an 11.76, and then Austin Nelson 11.78. Austin Nelson, freshman, already an offer to play football at Southern Miss.
Oh, wow. That is amazing.
As a defensive back. Layden Smith with another PR, and that is 11.84. So everyone in that heat with PRs except a season best from Michael Swan. And Mario Cunningham with a really good time last year, so no PR for him, just 12.07, but still a very good race out of that crew. Yeah, it's fun. It's beautiful to be out here at Kentwood High School for a great track meet against the Hudsonville Eagles.
Yeah, and, you know, spring sports is always just so interesting because at the beginning of the season, it's just normally terrible weather. You're hoping you can get out there getting some things. Now we're kind of hitting that midway point where weather's starting to get better, and then by the time the state track meet comes around, it could be 100. Like, right? Like, it's just really can play a factor. So they really get to see all different lights as they're running these races.
Absolutely. And Steph Jones, another 3-sport athlete here for the Kentwood Falcons.
That was really close at the end there.
Really close at the end. It looks like Maxton.
Yep, Maxton took first with 12:31 on that. David Long snuck in at number 2 at 12:35.
Nice work, David. A freshman, David Lung.
Yeah.
Steph Jones, 12:40. Good race for him. Not a PR. No PRs in this.
This is the non-PR group
in this heat. I don't know if we got a little bit of wind kicking up from the south.
Moving. Yeah,
that might have been. That might have been a little bit of wind here.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happens when my golf ball goes sideways. Immediately, I just look up to the flag. Oh, I got a little wind there, partner.
It wasn't windy when I was going to swing, but now,
just
magically.
all of a sudden.
It's on the caddy or on the elements, right?
For sure. For sure. But it was a good race. I mean, I felt like they were like evenly matched throughout the whole thing. So
Absolutely.
That's nice. You know, sometimes in JV heats, it can get a little difficult with, is it going to be grouped just well? But it seems like today they've been grouped really, really well together where it makes it competitive and helps them race faster and harder and get those more PR times in these JV heats.
For sure. Absolutely. It's fun to take a look at all these students that come through, and you're going to get to see. So you're now you're in the middle school now, and you get to see them as they move through their middle school formative years, and then watch them out here when they're 18 years old and tall, and all that.
I think I have
so
a senior
what is that
class
like
right now.
Okay, so you have a senior class.
I think I have a senior class right now, and
that's cool.
Yeah, I'll have that for a few years, and it'll be on pause for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
then it'll happen again. So
what a neat thing. Preston and I had this conversation the other day during a track meet, and we were talking about how one of the chief things you do as an educator is you prepare these kids to leave you.
Yeah.
And it's just such a bittersweet, interesting emotion because you did a good job preparing them to leave, and then they just leave. And it's not like, a lot of other jobs. You have colleagues that you've worked with for 10, 20 years, and most of the people that you have contact with every day, you're preparing to, send them along and get a new group. And so
that's one
it's
thing
hard sometimes.
That I think is the toughest for high school teachers because they literally do leave.
Yeah.
And sometimes you never see them again. But what's nice with the middle school and especially I'm sure Joe, with elementary is you just continue to see them getting older and older and flourishing and finding their areas of expertise, and that's just been really cool.
I imagine you'll have some 5th grade graduations where you're a little bit sad to see some of them go.
I know.
And then with those 5th graders, so this is my first senior class for my 5th graders I'm here. So this is going to be, they're going to be walking through the building and seeing that. But I go from, you're at the middle school right now where you have students there for 3 years. now you're going to be able to build those relationships for 6 or 7 years,
Yeah.
right? So now
Yeah.
you're going to have that foundation, see things from that lens.
Yeah.
At the very beginning, be like, oh, I remember when you came in as a kindergartner. Now look at you.
Yeah,
and, and you're doing all of these things, whether you're working with the Falcon News Network, making just amazing content,
Yep.
or you're part of the band, or you're leading things. Like it's so neat to be able to see
get more time.
that growth.
Yeah,
you
I
get
guess
a little more time.
I didn't think about this. 7
Yeah.
years.
Yeah,
That's a long and
Yeah.
a preschooler to a 5th grader. That's
crazy.
a big transition.
big
Yeah.
transition.
Wow,
big difference.
Yeah, I guess I didn't think about it because a lot of my seniors I meet when they're juniors.
Yeah, yeah.
I can see them for 2
so
years.
short and sweet.
Some of them I had as like freshman basketball players. I've just kind of known through different avenues, but and I'm sad to see them go in 2 years. 7
I
is going to
know.
be wow. You're going to have some 5th grade graduations where
Well,
it's a little bit more than you think
will
it's going to be.
say-
It's going to be emotional.
Yeah.
Shout out to my 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Martin at Challenger. She came to
Oh,
my
wow.
my senior graduation party,
Oh,
and
That's
I
so
just remember
cool.
that being so cool.
What
so,
a cool thing.
So yeah, every once in a while you get that relationship. That's
You'll
really,
probably be getting invited to a lot of
man.
grad
Could
parties
you imagine?
here
Could you imagine?
in a few years. That's fantastic. A lot of food at the graduation
Yes.
parties if you decide to do the
If you
full
partake.
tour.
The full
Yeah,
tour,
la-
you just, a little bit from each one, get the sample.
Last year, Jasmine and I were on our honeymoon right around graduation party time, and I think I ended up about 15 pounds lighter by the end of it because all the graduation party food is fantastic.
Yep.
And you just keep eating
Yeah.
throughout the days that you go and do these. So shout out to everybody that host these graduation parties. I know you put a lot of time and effort into it. Tyron Harris, a great freshman athlete for us in lane 4 here. As we that was heat 6 of 16 in the 100-meter dash.
12:27 here. So the previous heat had 2 12:27s. Had to go down to the 1,000th to figure out who took first place.
Wow.
So nice to see back-to-back. Those are some really good marks from these young
Absolutely.
students who are freshmen and sophomores right now competing. And again, another good PR
Round of
group.
PRs,
Yeah.
7 in a row here. Come on, Tyron, let's see if we can get one out of the 8th.
PR Wednesday.
It is PR Wednesday.
Yeah, Aiden Glazer with the 12.
Waiting on the results from Tyron.
Looks like Tyron will be in 9th. So hopefully we can catch it before it quickly flips over to the next page.
Yeah, we might get a flip here. We're going to go with a list of PRs
He got a
there.
PR there. We'll go 9. Yep.
All
there we
right.
go.
Fantastic.
go.
Another round of PRs. So,
Speaking
yeah.
it into existence.
It's really, really fun. So fun.
But yeah, hey Jerma, I just wanted to say thank you for having me on.
Absolutely.
And,
Yeah, I was going to say you are welcome as long as you want,
well,
but if you have any final
I do
thoughts
have a
or
Hamilton event to go to.
Oh,
tonight.
there you
We're
go.
doing,
Fantastic. What do you guys got going on?
We've got like kindergarten visitation, so this is when they do the
Oh,
assessment
yeah.
to,
So you're going to Bowen
to see
for
if
the
they're young
kindergarten.
5s or kindergarten. So.
Very cool.
that'd
Well,
be fun.
that's so
Yes.
fun. We're so happy to have you on, and we got the whole crew
Appreciate
in here.
it.
Got
We
the
do have a whole
family.
crew.
Here, Adam's back here hanging out. It's
Commitment.
good to see Adam, and that's fun. So,
thank you.
congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Have tons of fun opening up Hamilton, one of our fantastic elementary schools here in the Kentwood district. Thanks so much,
Awesome.
Sierra.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. As we keep going here into the middle heats of the boys 100-meter dash.
Andres Tran ran a 12:22.
Andres Tran, a really good run. Really good run.
What's nice, what's neat about track, right, is in a lot of sports, you have to have, students get in, athletes get in, and they are playing for a set amount of time. Where here in track, everybody gets to run. They get to do the different events. And so no matter where you fall in the list of times, you're still out here getting to compete. So track's just one of those events where everyone's going to be able to get a chance to beat themselves and get that PR and be able to compete against other people as well.
Absolutely. As I jump back on commentary for Alex, great job there with hosting the 3 of you. And like you said, with all these heats, if there's anyone out there listening and you want to come, advertise your team or your club at EK, absolutely more than happy to have you. But like you were saying, it's great to have all the athletes, getting a chance to run.
Yeah, like
And-
right here, Justin Mateo, senior, right, gets a PR running
Yeah,
in the 100.
Jesse Jesse Phillips as well.
Yeah,
PR.
yeah, junior. Like you have students who they might not be freshmen and sophomores, but they're being able to be out here and compete, and then still making those top marks for them.
Yeah, and getting to kind of do it like on the big screen with the jumbotron going and the live stream going. I know a handful of kids. David Wynn, good friend of ours, senior, loves kind of tuning in and going back and watching his run and almost kind of using it as film. So
yeah,
really, really cool to check those things out as we get heat number 9.
9 of 16.
Ready to go,
So
yes.
we're just over the halfway mark in the JV event here of the 100-meter dash.
Ace Bryant, Gloria, Aiden, Belton, Jaden Ward. As we see, that is going to be lane 5. Aiden Belton with a big win. And that could be a very impressive time for him. And there's another PR, 12.34.
Nice.
7/10 faster than his previous one. Glory Kaife, second with a PR. DeRice Brown, third PR. Ace Bryan, a season best. Jaden Brewer for EK, a PR. Thales Mazandri for EK, a PR in 7th.
Nice. And
Yeah, we got to trademark PR Wednesday.
PR Wednesday. I think that's great. You know, you have these meets, beautiful weather. Nice to be able to see that. Speaking of PRs, season best for Amani Armstrong right now in the girls' long jump. She jumped 16.3 currently right now. Samari Roberts is at 16 feet, followed by Maylee Guerrero at 14.11. So there's quite a bit of good jumps going on right there. We'll probably see them in the finals then, I'm guessing, because those are some really, really good distances.
Absolutely. Girls high jump as well. Kamaya Valor leading for EK, just clearing 4.06. Boys high jump, James Johnson up top at 5.06. Brooklyn Zielstra, name we've said a lot this week, leading in the girls pole vault, 10.06. Reese Emiot just cleared 15, but missed all 3 at 15.06. But that's still probably going to be up top for Reese.
Yeah, that 15 mark, he's currently tied for first in the state right now at 15. And so that puts him right there. I mean, he's defending state champion, so it'll be really fun to see where he's at there. At the boys long jump, Lorenzo Reynolds at a 22 and 1/4 inch. Javon Alexander did a 20 feet 10 inch. They've only jumped once each, so they still have 2 more jumps themselves.
I was looking at the girls shot put PR by freshman Nevaeh Eubanks. I had her older sister Santana as a senior last year, a superstar on the basketball court, and we saw Nevaeh really break through as the season went on for Coach Eric Large and the girls.
Yeah.
Boys shot put PR Leland Krosky in the lead, 40 and 11 and 3/4 inches. Expect some big things out of him, especially on the football field. I know Kyle Krosky, one of the biggest and best at EK for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I have enjoyed. I'm disappointed now a little bit because we had the privilege at Explorer to be able to see out our backyard and see the houses being built with residential construction.
Yes.
And so the last 7 years it's been like, oh, there's a new house, there's the students out there. It's such a great program for those kids. And so to be able to see that. But now they moved on. They're in a different spot. And so, which is really cool. But if you ever get a chance to go out there and see that work, they do a
Yeah,
really
I mean,
good
those
job.
are $500,000 houses that they're building. Kyle Krosky, Cam Morris, the residential construction crew at EK, Justin Michalowski, the CTE department there. Overall score for the event so far through 3 of 17 scored events, EK boys leading 19-4. And for the girls, also through 3 of 17 scored events, EK leading 17-6. That's through the 100 meters for both teams, 110-meter hurdles, and the 4x800-meter relay.
Nice.
110-meter hurdles for the boys, 100-meter for the girls.
Looking at the boys varsity discus right now, currently in 3rd place is Stemple. Looks like he threw a 134.2. Darius Nassip, PR, 131.10. And then looks like Christopher Lovelady with a PR of 126.5. So like I said, those discus wins, they're hitting well. So it's just been a great day so far early on in the event because, like you said, we've only scored 3 events so far.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. Abak Lual for girls high jump, she also cleared 4:08. So big tie at 4:08 in that as we get ready for boys heat 12 of 16. 2 EK runners in this one. Kamani Belcher in lane 5, Josiah Walker lane 8. And then a host
a flock of eagles
yes.
going through. Looks like Kamani is in. Looks like could be a 1-2 Kentwood on there. It's going to be tight on that second.
It's going to be very close. And that's a PR. Kamani Belcher, 13.32. Josiah Walker, PR, 13.58.
Nice work, Josiah, to sneak in there. 13.66 for Thomas Gunnick of Hudsonville. I really thought that was going to be 13.59. Like, it looked like they were real close on there. So,
as the sun crosses over the field now, been in and out of the clouds most of the day, but things finally starting to break up a little bit out there. So, hopefully a little bit more sun, breeze coming into the press box here. Great crowd, of course. Really full underneath of us down around the start-finish line, too. So, I know East Kentwood fans, parents, community members love coming out here, and Alex and I mentioned that a couple weeks ago. Not really, and as someone that's not from Kentwood originally, from real small town up north, but there's not really like a downtown Kentwood per se. And Alex has said over and over, like, this stadium is kind of like a central hub for a lot of that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you think of the areas that are around us that have had schools for hundreds of years. You know, Kentwood in terms of school and districts is relatively new with 1969 and things. But yeah, absolutely. This is the community. This is where we're at. And that's why I think this campus here is just so wonderful, and be able to provide these things for everyone to come hang out and be able to watch some really top-notch athletes. Just saw a nice jump at the high jump by East Kentwood there, and girls about to jump there too. So just missed that. High jump is one of those things where when you're all stuck at 4.8 on the girls level, it's about when did you miss, right? And so just being able to try and hold that position a little bit longer to clear that bar.
As some more PRs, Katu with the PR and the win as we get ready for heat 14 of 16. Because I believe I heard them last call for, is that the 800, did he say?
Yeah, I believe
it was the 800 coming up next after these couple of heats.
Yeah, I like to call it EK like EK247. I feel like there's always something going on 7 days a week. It's always just filled, which is great. That's what you want. You want kids to be able to do all the things. So,
yes. Yep. Whether it's the aquatic center, I know Alex and I will come to the stadium and check on things on a Saturday night or a Sunday night in the summertime, and it's always packed. There's always a soccer game going on here at the stadium. It's a community stadium, so it's open during the day, sun up to sundown. So whether it's folks running around on the track or doing some football or soccer, whatever it is, you do just kind of see activity here day in and day out. And I remember some of the original teachers from EK talking about when they first showed up here for their interview back, year one of East Kentwood. They were like, they couldn't find it because it was a cornfield.
Yeah.
And now to see the campus.
Yeah, now we've taken over that cornfield, right? There is just, and you even look at the crossway and between the freshman campus and the high school, like it
really does look like a college campus. Yeah. It is absolutely a college campus.
Pinewood in the background right there, Discovery just down the road. Yeah, it looks like we're on some small college campus.
Yeah, I mean, you have students crossing, crossing under the overhanging the walkway over there, going to different buildings for classes. When the multi-purpose facilities built, you're going to be going over there for different classes. So students are going to be rotating between 2 or 3 different classes or 2 or 3 different buildings.
Yeah, 2 or 3 different buildings, not even just classes.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember back before, we had a pool here back when I was here, but nothing like it is now.
Yeah.
But when we were switching from the east wing to the west wing, you're walking outside. Like that was the easiest way.
Yeah.
Now you don't have to do that. You have all these different hallways now that just kind of lead you there. Still, I'm sure is very congested on a packed day with all those students. But
biggest high school in the state by population, just under 3,000 students. at East Kentwood High School.
And the most diverse school in the state,
Absolutely,
too.
yep.
So, in 6th in the nation. So you look at we're large in numbers and we're large in diversity, which is just an amazing aspect of Kentwood.
Yeah, absolutely one of my favorite things. Is another heat going here. Really good run by Uriah Wilson. Looks like Kaysen Martin of Hudsonville will get the win there. And he does at 12:43. Wilson, 12:54. And it looks like that will be the last heat there. There will not be a heat 16. So they're picking up the blocks there. We will get ready for the 800. We'll take a quick 30-second break and come back to Falcon Stadium.
Being an EK Falcon softball player really boils down to 3 things. Being the best student athlete in the classroom that you can be. The second thing is just be a good person to everybody in the school, your classmates, your teachers. And third, being an EK Falcon softball player involves maximizing your physical strength through weight training, through speed and agility, and improving your softball skills to give us the best chance to win every game we play.
To me, you're not only representing yourself, but you're representing everybody around you, your teammates, your coaches, your family, and East Kentwood as a whole.
We really get that good chemistry, learn how to play together on the field, learn how to love each other, and learn how to win games together.
And back at Falcon Stadium as we get ready for our next event. As I'm looking at some of those previous results, I see in the boys 110-meter hurdles, Shakuru 40th in the state with his PR of 12.31. So some great results there as we put the finishing touches to get ready for
Looks like the 4x2.
This event. Yeah, girls 4x2 coming up.
Yeah, last week against West Ottawa, the girls 4x2 and the 4x1, they ran kind of by themselves towards the end. West Ottawa, it was a do not finish, and so, or maybe it was the boys, but either way, like it was just, it'll be good to see how this goes when they have the competition against them.
Yeah, and 2 teams for East Kentwood. Their A squad in lane 4, B squad in lane 2. Hudsonville's A team in lane 5, their B squad in 8, and their C lineup in lane 7. So 5 different teams competing in the 4x2 for this one. No rosters on A net for this event until afterwards, but
you can at least follow along and be able to see.
Yep, I see Abby Terry out there. It's like Alana Bailey perhaps out there as well.
Yeah, looks like that.
Looks like Alana and Aaliyah Bailey.
Yeah, when you're doing the 4x2, you're looking at the different the blocks, how far they are apart. On the back stretch where the first handoff will take, they'll do it from the black triangles just to make sure it's as even as possible. And then they'll switch to the yellow triangles when they come back for that third and final handoff.
Mr. Brummels, are we ready at the exchange zone?
Checking exchange zones right now.
Waiting for the white flag to raise. And we're good.
There we go.
So starter will get ready to take his place. You see Coach Stephanie Stevenson out there doing a last couple notes. She's actually standing next to a Hudsonville runner right now. I don't know if she's trying to get a lineup or organizing starting spot maybe.
Oh, yeah, looks like organizing the starting spot there.
Hudsonville A team should be in lane 5.
Oh, doing some adjustments.
Yep.
So,
They were in the wrong lane originally.
yeah, so moving Hudsonville.
Hudsonville A team needs to be in lane 5. And give me the white flag when you're ready, please.
Yeah, so Hudsonville was lined up incorrectly. Their A team was in lane 6. They should be in lane 5. So both exchange zones getting set up for that as Shadow starts to slowly creep across the front straightaway.
Yep, and then anytime they're doing relays like this, the top teams being lanes 4 and 5, then they'll work their way outside for the B and C teams. But not everyone has a 9-lane track, so that can kind of throw you off a little bit about where you should be positioned on that track.
And there's the whistle, so our starter will quick reload and see if we can get this girls 4x2 underway on this, as we've coined it, PR Wednesday.
Yeah, just a beautiful day. I mean, right now the flag is not moving at all. So,
yeah, no, nothing.
So this should really help when they're going through these curves to where they can just run, have that light breeze, but not have to worry about going into the wind like they have the last 3 meets.
As the girls take their mark. And underway in the varsity heat of the 4x2. Abby Terry and the Falcon A team out front there.
Yeah, the A team is catching up real fast.
Yes.
About to pass Hudsonville on the backstretch already. That is a great leadoff.
Yeah, great job by Abby Terry. It looks like it's going to go to Alana Bailey. We do not have names, but I've worked with Alana enough. Looked like a good handoff. And there goes Alana, opening up a 7-8 yard lead through 3 and 4 onto the front stretch now. That lead growing. Bailey up to a 10-yard lead. Let's get ready for the next exchange. I believe it'll be a Bailey to Bailey exchange.
Yep, looking like that. Getting ready. Great
And
handoff
good
there.
one. Hudsonville now with their exchange, and that EK lead has doubled. And Bailey is flying through 1 and 2. Again, no real breeze to speak of, so she can go without much resistance. And she has opened up a good 40-yard lead over Hudsonville.
Yeah, they are flying today.
Final exchange for EK. A little bit of a reach, but they secure it. I believe, is that Logan Richardson?
Kind of looks like Logan from up here.
One of the fastest runners in the state.
Yep, Logan was part of
sophomore.
That. One of the top teams last year in the 4x2.
Yes, I believe that is Logan. And she is going to cross the line with a very, very good time for East Kentwood. 142-14.
Wow, that
1-2-3.
Yep.
142-1-2-3. Hudsonville 149-730. EKB team 151-810.
That puts that team 7th all time in Kentwood's 4x2 history with that.
Wow.
Run. So that
what a run.
That was a very, very good run.
7th all time in EK history, that run right there. That is absolutely fantastic.
And there has been some phenomenal female runners in Kentwood history. So to be able to be top 10, that is awesome. Yeah, I'm sure when they go down to their individual splits and talk, they're going to find that they did that exceptionally well. I thought, like you said, all handoffs are pretty good. There was a little bit of a reach on that last one, but no worries about dropping it. They were just able to keep going and have good pace.
I think the EK coach is going to be extremely pleased with that. Boys 4x2, just at least on ANET's lineup, EK's A team, Hudsonville's B team.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're saying right now Hudsonville's going to be in lane 7 for whatever reason. That would be a 4 and 7.
Yeah, I'm interested in that. You mentioned, normally it's 4 and 5.
Yeah. I guess without the A team.
Yeah, so they're
it's
just
Hudsonville's B. They're just sticking with the normal lanes, right?
Any reason why you would not run your A team?
No, I don't think so. I think I'd run it just for points in general, right? Like you want to be able to get that. I mean, there only are 2. You're only going to score twice anyway, so you're going to get a 5-point if you win and a 3-point if you take second. But just interested in not run it. So I'm guessing maybe some of their runners are maybe still doing some field event or something's happening to where they're not there. Might not be a deep event for them either. for us, the 200 is very deep.
Yeah,
so
that is very true.
That's not the case necessarily for every school.
Some updates while we wait for the boys to get going. Girls high jump, Abakalawal leading for EK, clearing 4:10. Boys high jump, James Johnson, 5:06, continuing to lead there. Brooklyn Zielstra leading girls pole vault, 10:06. Boys pole vault, again, Reese Emiot cleared 15:0, did not get 15:06, and you said that was top in the state regardless, 15:0. So he's just trying to extend his state lead. Girls long jump, Amani Armstrong with a season best 16:03 for EK. That has her sitting first. Boys long jump, EK also first. Lorenzo Reynolds, 22 1/4 inch. Girls shot put, EK first behind freshman Nevaeh Eubanks, 32:10 1/2. Boys shot put, a new PR for Hudsonville's John Sheppers puts him 49th in the state with his 49.6 throw.
That is a very good throw.
Hudsonville also leading the discus, 163.2. So some of the field event updates there. Shout out to Dion Doris as well. He's a student of mine. JV boys discus, new PR for him, 117.1. So shout out to Dion on that one.
That is a great job. Yeah, discus, that's the only one that we can't see from here.
Yeah, that's covered up a little bit.
So that'd be neat to be able to watch that from up here. But with the way the wind was going, you got to pick your spots, right? And so, long jump and pole vault are all going that same direction. You really need to look at that and to be able to have a facility where we can say, hey, we're gonna throw this way instead of this other direction.
Yeah. Boys out of the blocks for the 4x2. Looked like a little bit of a hitch for EK getting out of the blocks. We'll see if they can make up the time. Again, this is EK's A team versus Hudsonville's B lineup.
Looked like we were maybe not in the right lane on that backside, so got ourselves situated.
And the exchange, a little bit of a slow one for Hudsonville. EK is going to make up a lot of time through 3 and 4.
It'll be really interesting because Brummels does have the yellow flag up. So that means there was an issue with the exchange zones between one of them, whether it's Hudsonville, East Kentwood, or for both of us. So it'll be interesting to see where what they come up with.
Hudsonville sticking in the lead is the exchange for EK now.
And as this is a sprint relay, they stay in their lane all the way through in comparison to when they do the 4x4 or the 4x8.
EK trying to shrink the distance there down the backstretch. It's about a 13-yard Hudsonville lead at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. That was a good handoff on that backstretch for East Kentwood. Coming around this back corner, I think they might have him here.
Yeah, we'll see if he can beat him down the straightaway, and he is going to be neck and neck. Real close. Hudsonville about a half a step lead.
Yep.
EK still about half a step behind. Hudsonville still in the lead, and Hudsonville will very close. Yeah. I think Hudsonville did get the edge, though, and they do 136.429 for Hudsonville's B team. 136.588 for EK's A team.
Yeah.
So a big win for Hudsonville point-wise.
Yep, that's 5 points to them. So that's big as they're looking into that. So about to enter into the mile. Looks like we're going to split them up. We'll have a girls' mile and a boys' mile for this race.
So yeah, no running together in this one. And imagine with the weather as warm as it is, as nice as it is, I think everyone was probably happy about that. I don't think there'll be much mind as you see Brummels and the starter having a conversation at the start-finish line.
Girls will do the waterfall start, so they'll all start in the same rough area. But once they start, they can go immediately down to lane 1. Obviously, you have to kind of worry about whether or not you're going to be tripping over somebody. So you got to really play that measure of where do you want to be in that position as you get set up.
So curious what the conversation there would be about. But looks like that matter is settled. Starter will give the instructions for the 1600. 4 laps around Falcon Stadium.
Yeah, I just think of how this year has started. This is probably the best mile weather we've had, right? So
Absolutely.
you're running around 4. No one's wearing winter hats or gloves. We're able to kind of breathe easy and try and shoot for a PR. Like you said, PR Wednesday is where we've been at, so it'll be interesting to see how many we get out of this race.
And underway as the mad dash to the inside line. So one of the things Alex and I were really curious about is what's the strategy as far as passing and being second? Are you trying to push whomever's in the lead? Are you trying to conserve yourself?
Yeah, I think each race is different. I had the privilege of running this race back in middle school. And so, depending on who you were going against and where you met, it kind of played it out a little bit differently. But I think for me, as I look at it, that first lap, you're just trying to find your pace. You're trying to get your muscles going in the right way, get yourself in a nice warm before you start going there. I think if you start right out and you're racing to that front, you might not have that kick that you want in the end. So just trying to find yourself kind of in that 2-3 range is not a bad spot, but keeping your eye on how far that front person is, right?
And speaking of how far out front, I believe this is Chloe Perwin for Hudsonville, who has a season best 5:17. The next closest runner about 20 seconds off that pace, and that 5:17 is not even her PR. PR 5:14 last year as a freshman. So tremendous pace from whom I believe is Chloe Perwin out front.
Yep.
In the bright green.
Looks like Ava Lawrence currently is in seating 3 position from East Kentwood. She looks like she's got a really good stride, trying to position herself well with that second place person. Chloe, she's out there by herself right now, and that does make it a little difficult when you're looking at how can I PR, because you don't really have anyone else to push you. But distance runners, they all have watches. They're all keeping time, and people are letting them know where their splits are at. So it's a constant monitor on a day like this.
I'm not sure. I don't know if Ava Lawrence is running. She's not on the list.
Maybe she's not.
That may be Emma Claire Slater.
That could be, yeah.
Who was EK's best runner heading into this one with her season best 5:56. About 30 seconds or so off that Chloe.
Oh, yeah, that is
40
definitely
seconds.
Emma Claire. Yeah. Yep.
As the runners kind of settle into their pace.
Yeah, Emma Claire's best this year looks like it was 5:56. I think I have on here. So 5:56.09. So
Chloe Perwin crossing the line. Rest of the field just coming around turn 4 at the moment. So that lead fairly sizable as she heads into turn 1. Halfway through for her at what was about close to a 2:30 pace through the first 2 laps. If she's able to keep that up, that will be an extremely fast time.
Yeah, it looks like she's got a great stride right now, like just very fluid. And again, this weather really does play a factor as you're running this long distance. When you look at the pack here towards just completing their second, so they're halfway through, that's a nice pack when you're looking at JV level of how can I position myself in the next 2 to help maybe get myself a PR, but at least get myself into a race at the end with that group of girls there. Because Hudsonville right now has a pretty sizable lead for 1, 2, and 3 right now on the mile.
Yeah, Chloe Perwin just hitting the front stretch. Second place just entering turn 3. Third place now just hitting turn 3.
And followed by 2 of our East Kentwood runners as well, just hitting that turn 3.
So she will cross the line at 3:57 third lap.
This could be a PR day for Chloe after all. I mean, that is
join the club.
That
PR
is good.
Wednesday.
Yeah. After I just said it's kind of tough when you're out there by yourself, but
we just heard the PR bell ring a few moments ago. As third place runner just now crossing the start finish line. EK sitting in 4th and 5th, crossing the line at about 4:30.
So they just announced the long jump finals. So the boys are going to make their way over to long jump to do finals here shortly. They get 3 more jumps. Then Chloe's coming down the back stretch.
Yeah, just crossed the 5-minute mark. Her PR 5:14, going to be awfully close, but I think she's going to get there. It's going to be really close.
Looks like she'll be just short of that.
Off,
but season best
PR.
would be my guess. I think season best was 5:17.
It is season best 5:15.
That was a really good run by her.
5:15.621, outstanding mile time.
This is Ashley Wayne from Hudsonville, about to come in at second. Just heard her coach yell, "Let's go, Ashley!" So
she crossed at 5:37.92. This may be Addie Dodd.
Yep. And so you're looking at Hudsonville. 2 sophomores and a freshman are leading their distance. So that is huge for them as they look towards the future. And Emma Claire is coming strong down the stretch here.
That's a PR for Addie Dodd, 5:52.31. And Emma Claire Slater will cross for East Kentwood.
Just over 6 minutes. So,
I saw that pop up as a Hudsonville runner.
Yeah, I just saw that too. It should be Emma Claire there.
Yeah, that should be Emma Claire with the 6:01.31. We'll see if that's a PR season best for her when they get that one situated. So they can go back and manually place the marks on the finishers and manually assign them the times too.
Yeah. As they're going through there, the screen has every finisher and they can click, and as they click it, it matches up with the name. So
Kyra Holt for EK 6:29.74. That's a PR for the sophomore. As I think they're still going to be doing some juggling around with the scores. Sasha Hall for EK 6:47.87. Deidre Mayers 6:58.93. Still waiting. I think you're going to see Dodd flip. Or should flip to Claire Slater. There it is. 6:01.31 for Emma Claire Slater.
So it was not a PR, but it was that was a good race by her.
Yeah, tremendous job there. As we get ready for the boys next. So in the boys 1600, Evan Nicolas setting the pace with his season best 4:28.25. Matty Tark again 4:32.46. Shema 4:47.2. So EK 1, 2, 3 as far as season best times. Evan Nicolas PR 4:23.32. Fastest by about 10 seconds in the field.
Yeah, that is moving when you're running.
Yeah, that is tremendous. Jaden Pearson, Alexander Svedra, Braylon Morris, Shane Shimmy, Tam Wynn, also running for EK here in Heat 1. There is a Heat 2 listed as well for
Heat
boys
2
varsity.
looks like that's a decent number of guys.
Yeah, Justin Hart, Edward Gorkowski for EK. But Heat 1 of the boys underway.
Yep.
And it looks like Evan Nicolas will dive to the inside for the early lead.
Yeah, he started the very farthest point on the track and was able to get himself out ahead and get down into lane 1 pretty quickly.
Are there rules and regulations for things like blocking or like using another runner as like a screen or?
Yeah, so if you end up bumping into somebody, they can look at it and decide whether or not that they felt like it was egregious. If you get out of the lane, if you run into the grass a little too much, if you try and go on the inside, you can have a couple steps in there, but if it's too long, you can get disqualified. So yeah, they really kind of do it by judgment, and that's what's kind of tough when you're looking at this is, did they just trip over each other, or are they kind of jocking each other for space? And so, it's really, really interesting. But looks like that was a pretty clean move, which was really nice because that's a lot of guys on the track in a small space when you really think about trying to get down to one lane.
As Evan Nicolas crosses in about 1:03.
Yeah, he's had a very strong year so far
to
to his senior campaign. So it's just nice to see. You know, you look at Kentwood and you think of sprinters, right?
Yeah.
Sprinting. And then the distance really has come a long way, and it really has done well over the last few years.
Yeah, great job. Tim Gums, Val Tomsma, some of the distance coaches for East Kentwood. Really great job there as Evan opens up a real wide lead, about half a straightaway over teammates Maddie and Shema.
Yeah, he's running at a really good pace right now. And again, it's one of those, just like we saw in the girls' race, right? It's tough when you're by yourself. So just be able to stay focused and concentrated and hit the marks that you set for yourself and your coach set for you as you're going in here.
A little bit of a breeze kicking up is the first time we've seen the flag standing out. It's actually blowing towards us here. So into the runners' faces, down the front stretch and turn 1 and 2, and then it'll be at their backs. Down the back stretches. Evan crosses the line about 2:08 through the halfway point.
Yeah, that would, if he keeps that exact pace, right, you'd be looking at a 4:16, which would be a PR. So, be really interesting. The rest of the pack, they're pretty tight, right? Like, that next 2, 3, 4, 5 through 10 are kind of right there with each other. So, that should provide some real interesting down the stretch as we get closer to the finish.
Yeah, especially if an EK can take 1, 2, 3. That's a lot of points in an event like this. As Evan opens up essentially an entire straightaway lead on the rest of the field. He is booking it.
Yeah.
Really good race from him on Monday too. Through the first about 3.5 laps, he was probably about 10, 15 yards behind, and then just absolutely turned on the jets that last half lap and just passed the guy in first and just left him in the dust.
Yeah, that's not easy to do on any day, let alone
after
day.
3.5 laps in the freezing cold, for him to be able to do that just kind of shows you what kind of athlete he is. The tenacity there. Crosses about 3:15, 3:16 for his final lap. You see Coach Gums down there standing in lane 5, encouraging him, pushing him.
And he just opened up his gate a little bit more. The arms are flowing a little bit more, a little more free. Really trying to dig deep here. As we look at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they're all right there next to each other. So we're going to have a battle, I think, for second, third, fourth, for sure. And as you know, you get points for 1 through 3. So those are big points when you're looking at those matches.
Evan has about a full half a lap of the lead now, and you can see him. This is the same thing that happened on Monday night. He just really turns it on in this last part of the corner.
Yeah, he is coming around about 4 minutes right now coming across that back.
4:23.32 is his PR. 4:28.25 is his season best.
I think he's going to get both.
He's going to get real close. He's pushing hard. Is he going to get the PR? And he should get it.
He should do it. That was a
what a run by Evan Nicolas.
All right.
And we'll see what the official time is that pops up.
We are currently sitting second and third.
4:18.223 PR. And look at Shema.
Oh, look at him go on
the
back
what a burst of
speed. Taking over second place, but it's a clean sweep for East Kentwood in the mile.
Great job in the 1600 by East Kentwood. 1, 2, 3. Shema 4:41.557. But Evan Nicolas 4:18.223.
That shows us 6th place in the state right now.
Fantastic.
According to athletic.net. So that is fantastic. That is a great spot to go. And Evan's going to have, the luxury of being able to run on his home track.
Yeah.
So
he's going to
know
it.
Very familiar with.
So 6th in the state. Shema, a new PR, 4:41.56. Maddie Tarkigan, 4:42.4. PR for Jaden Pearson for East Kentwood, 4:53.91. PR for Alexander Svedra, 4:59.9. Shane and Shemi, 5:01.05 is his PR. Braylon Morris for EK, a PR, 5:06.23. So essentially, as we're just waiting on a couple more, but most, if not all, EK runners PRing.
Yeah, that is phenomenal. And that places Evan 4th all-time in Kentwood history.
Fantastic.
And when you think about the mile, your top miler is Brian Hyde, who went to the Olympics at 4:10. So he is just 8 seconds off of that. But just absolute phenomenal race. He outbeat his 4:23, like we said earlier, but just absolute great race by him.
Fantastic job there. And this will be Heat 2. This is another varsity heat. A handful of Falcons in this one. Justin Hutt, Edward Gordkowski, Antonio McCrae, Zierchek, Joshua DeCaris, and Jaden Wynn for East Kentwood.
So in theory, any of these guys could still score points. So, but based on how they seeded it, the 1, 2, 3 should stand the way that they were. But as you look at, as we go into like state finals or even into the OK Red, you're going to have in regionals, you're going to have multiple heats of the mile. So that does make it a little interesting.
PR Wednesday indeed after that event. And we'll see if we can keep those rolling. Some of the other events, girls high jump still taking place. Waiting on those scores to update. Boys high jump, James Johnson, 5:06. Some of these scores yet to update from across the way.
Yeah, just check long jump. They're still in that waiting pattern too. So we don't have that updated as both boys and girls are over there for the finals. So
as we are underway in Heat 2 of the boys varsity 1600. Overall, through 7 of 17 scored events, Hudsonville leading the boys 28-27. Again, that's through 7 of 17. Girls, 6 of 17 scored, EK leading 31-15. Boys discus final, first and second for Hudsonville. Abatu Stempel for EK finishing third at 134-2. Boys pole vault also final. Reese Emiat, 15 feet, good for second in the state. That is also a season best for him. Second place for Hudsonville, 12 feet, so a 3-foot difference. Elijah Bowden, congrats to him. Third for EK at 11.6. Boys shot put also final 1, 2, 3 for Hudsonville in that event. Shout out Leland Krosky, Dion Doris, Darius Nassip, the top finishers for East Kentwood. And again, those were some of the boys' events. Girls shot put final, Nevaeh Eubanks the win, 32-10-5. A Production Club's own Chastity Reed finishing second, 31-5 for her. Jordan Barnes for East Kentwood, third, 29-11-5. So some really good throws from the girls there.
yeah, that's great weather for them to be able to do that, which is great. Good to see out there. It looks like shot puts in full force over there right now too. Looks like we might have some JV throwers going on there as we're underway there. I will say they added some new dirt over there over the last few years, and it just looks nice.
Like, yeah, it looks absolutely. That's a tough one to keep tidy over there.
Yes.
That grass will find a way through. But again, great job by all the volunteers and the groundskeepers and things like that. Phil Sweeney, Chuck Veen do a great job of helping keep this place really, really tidy.
Yep, they sure do.
You see some of the girls' high jumpers over there celebrating in the corner. We'll see if one of those scores updates. And I believe that was a Baklual clearing 5:03. That is a new PR and 18th in the state. Congratulations there. Great, great job. Top 20 in the state.
That is great. That's what you want to see, right?
Yeah.
They're just really coming through. 5'3" is really good.
Yeah.
You know,
as we cross the halfway point in this one, about the 250-ish mark. Hudsonville EK 1, 2, 3.
I did go back to that 4x2 that we looked at earlier. Nobody was disqualified, so both teams will get points for that.
Yeah, we saw Blaine and the starter having a conversation.
I think the conversation probably was that we were not set in the proper lane, and we slid over, but that was before any exchange zone entrance, and so I think they deemed it being okay. So. It's a little easier when you have more than just the dual meet. When you have, the OK Red Conference or the regionals of the states, every lane's filled, so you don't kind of have that curiosity. You know where you're at.
Yep.
But here it can be a little tricky when you're just running the dual meets. But it's great to see. You get to have the competition. Track's one of those where you get to meet people and hang out, and as you're waiting for your next event, really get to know each other over 4 years, even with these different teams, just because you're competing with them week in and week out on different levels, whether it's a Grand Valley Invitational or if they're going somewhere in Grand Rapids. Just really neat to see.
Yeah, it really is just a great big hangout out there. I mean, you see some kids will bring chairs. I know Rockford brought, Granville brought the whole set of lawn chairs out there, and you see a bunch of EK students hanging out.
Yeah, it is, it's a 4-hour event, right? So, and you're all doing things differently. For some, they're done super early, depending on what event they're doing. If you're in a field event that might take a while, you could be you could be waiting a long time. If you're just running the 2 mile, you also could be waiting a very long time, because I know right now we have some JV distance runners who are kind of swapping back and forth. So one meet they'll run the mile and the 800, the next meet they run the 2 mile, and just kind of give them a good focus on this is what you're going to do today, instead of trying to have them do all 3 in one day.
As they did the final call as well for our next event, so they'll keep it rolling right after the 1600 is done, as some of our leaders approach their final lap.
Yeah, we're currently about 5:28, 5:30 right now.
And yeah, seeing the gap between Heat 1 and Heat 2 just kind of goes to show you the amount of talent that both of these teams had in Heat number 1.
Yeah, because you run a 5:32 mile, that's a really good mile, right? And then you think Evan did it in 4:18, like that.
Yeah, great job by Evan Gorkowski.
Over
there.
a minute, yeah.
PR for him, the freshman, 5:32.16.
Wow,
congrats, Justin Hart for EK as well, 4th, 5:36.12, a PR for him. A couple season bests and PRs for Hudsonville mixed in there as well. But yeah, Edward Gorkowski, great run. Again, just a freshman, so that's somebody that you're going to see in those first heats next spring, absolutely.
Yeah, and he's been around distance for a very long time. Dad and is very involved in the coaching.
Yeah,
and it's
tremendous.
Just, that family just likes to run, so it's really neat to see.
Go on the track yet? While the 1600 meter finishes, just reviewing the lane assignments.
Yeah, so he's currently talking about bringing that next group out. And so just making sure that no one crosses, because it is the automatic time, so it'll pick you up like you actually were running the race.
Hudsonville, F is in Foxtrot, lane 3. Kentwood B is in.
It's a good finish down here for that Hudsonville kid.
Yeah, great job, and you just kind of see those late bursts. You see the finish line, you get a little bit more energy there, so good job by Hudsonville.
Hudsonville B is in Bravo, lane 8. Hudsonville E is in Echo, lane 9.
As you see some of our shot put throwers over there on screen now, while we await the finish of our last couple competitors. Next event coming up is the. We know what he's calling.
Should be the 4x1.
It'll be the
4x1. Yep. And it sounded, because he was doing E
it sounded like
and
there was
F.
a lot.
We might have a full track here of the 4x1, which would be really, really awesome.
9 lanes across, that would be.
So we will see what we come out. But yeah, that is. But when you think about it, we had what, 25 heats of the 100, so you should have.
Absolutely. And girls 4x100, we have 9 lanes.
Wow.
EK just 2 of them. Hudsonville the other 7.
Hudsonville.
Yeah. So EK A team in lane 5, Hudsonville A team lane 6, EK's B in 4, Hudsonville's B in lane 8, Hudsonville C and D in 2 and 3, E and F in 9 and 3. So you can probably hear a starter calling out all those lanes.
Hudsonville B is in Bravo, lane 8. Hudsonville E is in Echo, lane 9.
Yeah, going deep into the alphabet for lane assignments as they start setting up the blocks at the start. I believe Alana Bailey in the second leg over there. You can see her, the Ball State volleyball commit. Logan Richardson, I believe, has the final leg. Can't see all the way across the track, but so as we get that event set up and underway, score update following the most recent. Boys varsity, EK leading 41.4 they have in. So they have the
41.4.
and then Hudsonville 31.6. Where does the 0.4 and 0.6 come from?
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know how they came across.
Unless that's maybe that's an A-net.
That could be an A-net
or
thing, yeah. Maybe they, what probably happened was maybe a tie somewhere in there. And so sounds like it would be a third-place tie, and then they awarded 0.6 to one and 0.4 to the other.
Thank you. Exchange zone 2. Are you ready?
That is not a normal event that happens.
So, yeah, EK boys leading 41-4, 31-6. Girls varsity EK leading 40-15.
That's a good start. Good start with plenty of races to go.
As we get ready, girls 4x100 coming at you next.
Again, East Kentwood's in lanes 4 and 5, so you'll be able to see them close together.
The A teams in lane 5 for EK, 6 for Hudsonville. Called on your marks. EK's A team last to enter in. Runners set and underway in the girls 4x1. Looked like a very good start for East Kentwood.
Yeah, she came right out of the blocks. Let's see how this handoff goes.
Exchange, great one. And there goes Bailey.
Yeah, Hudsonville A team had a little slower handoff there. They had to reach a lot more.
Comes EK's B team as well. Maybe EK versus EK. That's what it's going to be. Again, we don't have rosters until after the race, but East Kentwood is flying. Here comes Logan Richardson.
That was an absolute great handoff on that backstretch to Logan Richardson. And she is gone. Yeah, we're 1-2 in this 4x1.
Absolutely flying is Logan Richardson.
Looked like, what, 47?
And that's going to be
48-3-2-6
for East Kentwood.
That was moving.
50.969, good for second. 53.6 for Hudsonville's A team, finishing third.
Yeah. That puts the girls just outside the top 10 all-time in Kentwood history, that 48-3-3. Great run. I mean, all the exchange zones were really, really good. Nobody was reaching back. They were on their marks today.
Great event there. And the 8 more points for East Kentwood's girls, having a great day.
Boys, heat number 1, lane number 2, East Kentwood, B Bravo team.
So boys only have 3 lanes that we're using instead of all 9 this way. So we have an A and B East Kentwood team. Our boys will be in lane 4. It looks like Hudsonville, again, not having an A team here, just doing their B team out in lane 7.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's a strategy that I have not seen before. I have ran track. I've coached track. I've been around the state finals here many, many times. So, I've never seen that. It's just really interesting.
As boys 4x1. So the A team, Rubens, Reynolds, Roten, and Javon Alexander for EK. Their season best 42.95. Guerrieri, Vanderveen, King, and Johnson, the B squad for EK.
Exchange zones.
As that girls roster, Bracy, Bailey, Pace, and Richardson. Their time 48.33, good for 4th in the state. That is also their season best.
Wow.
So congratulations to those ladies, 48.33.
That is awesome.
Just flying.
They were. I mean, they were in sync. They had it down right off the block, you said, too, right?
Yeah, it was great. Tremendous start.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very good performance there from the Lady Falcons. So boys, EK's A team in lane 4 in the black uniform there. EK's B team in lane 2 in the red. Hudsonville out front there in lane 7. See if the boys can follow up the tremendous performance of the ladies.
And here they go. Good start for all of them, really. They all came out of the blocks pretty well. But we're closing the gap with our A team pretty quickly. And now I've taken the lead down the back stretch as we're heading into that.
Good handoff, Javon Alexander, the bow and arrow there. That's what you know he's got it. Another good exchange there.
And now, just like the girls' teams, our boys are currently 1-2.
And there'll be a race between A and B. Looks like a good final handoff. Owen Vanderveen getting the B team, and it's going to be close.
Yeah.
Good job by East Kentwood. They will finish 1-2. As we wait for those final times. 42.635, 43.109.
Those are some really good times. That was
great times.
Boys, 4x100, heat number 2. To the track, please.
So that will be a season best for EK's A and B teams.
Nice.
They had 42.9 coming into this one. We're going to wait and see if that updates to compare
Lane 2.
in the state.
Kentwood. Sorry.
42.9. No, that was their previous one.
And there it is. So season best for EK, good for 12th in the state. Again, that was Rubens, Reynolds, Roten, and Alexander. 43.11 for the B team, Guerrieri, Vanderveen, King, and Johnson. So great job.
Yeah, they're 1/100th away from 10th and 4/100ths away from being in 9th. So they're right up in there.
Yeah,
and
they're there.
And so the top 9, when it comes down to the state finals, will run that first heat, and so it'll be.
1 is ready, 2 is ready, and 3 is ready. Thank you.
Very close. So we get ready for the JV 4x1. EK's A team lane 4, Hudsonville in 5. EK's B and Hudsonville's B in 7-8, and EK's C team in lane 2.
Interesting that we ran this in 2, but I guess when they didn't have the boys A,
Yeah,
that kind of threw it up. Because we could fit 8 on the one, but it'll be good.
Smengi, Battle, Jones, and Barnes for EK's A team in the JV 4x1. Again, lane 4 for them, lane 5 for Hudsonville's A team.
Not running out of the blocks for lane 4, just going straight up.
Any, what are the pros and cons of that?
When it comes to these shorter races, the block does give you a little bit of an extra step, right? At the high school level, I think of a longer run like the 400, I don't think it's as needed or as valuable necessarily in your time. But it just puts your body in a good spot where you're a little bit lower and have a little bit better kick, I think, when you're using the gate.
Good final handoff by EK. And again, for the third straight, it'll be EK battling for first and second. And in this case, 1, 2, 3, Smengi may have just got him. That'll be close.
He thinks he got him for
that
sure.
May be a photo finish. I think Justin Michalowski, 44.579.
Yeah, 44.58, 44.62. I mean, that was tight. He did it pretty quick, though. Great job, Michalowski and the crew to get that.
Tremendous.
Because that was close.
And then the friendly back and forth.
First call, 800-meter runs.
Gets a few days to talk about that
Yeah.
before they have their next meet.
Next up will be, it appears, the girls 400.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the best times there. Deborah Awadek, season best 1 minute flat, .33. Itek on Yang 101.13. Lanaya Carnegie 104.69. Anna Mock 107.75 for East Kentwood. So again, some score updates as more events going final. 11 of 17 scored for boys varsity, 52-4 to 34-6 over Hudsonville in the boys varsity. Girls varsity through 10 of 17 scored 59.5 to Hudsonville's 18.5. So breaking out the half points and the three-quarter points. And
seeing a little bit of everything here. As you're going through, like we just had the 4x1, now we're in the 400. So each time you have the relay, it leads you into what that next event will be, which is kind of nice. So you go 4x2, that equals 1,600 meters, and then here we are. We had the mile. So now here we are with the 400. Should be a good race. Looks like the times are pretty close together. So we should have a good competition here.
Yeah, EK has the best times in this one by about 3 seconds.
Yep.
If you're going from their top runner to Hudsonville's.
And they'll stay in their lane the whole way. So the 400 is also, this is the longest race that you stay in your one lane.
As we're underway.
Seeing Kentwood kind of pull out in front, pass a couple of the Hudsonvilles that were on the outside.
Yeah, I believe that's Deborah into the lead for East Kentwood.
Yep.
As they head into turn 3. 1, 2, 3 for EK. Hudsonville 4-5, EK 6, Hudsonville 7.
They're holding pretty strong right now.
And now
Looking
1, 2, 3, 4.
Lanaya, sneaking in there. She got herself into third place right now, coming down the backstretch. East Kentwood still sitting.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close.
Sweet, yeah.
It's hard. I mean, I heard some of the runners talk about how the 800's absolutely the one of the hardest ones.
800 is definitely hard. 400 is right behind it. That straight sprint.
Yeah, just
for a minute.
Mentioning that because you just see him hit. You almost see him the energy drop off in turns 3.
Yeah.
I mean, man, that is brutal. But shout out to these athletes. Deborah with the win, 101.14 for her. Congratulations. PR by Lanaya Carnegie in third, 102.92. Atiak Anyang 101.4, finishing second. So congratulations as we enter heat 1 of 2 of the girls 400 JV.
Yeah, the 400 is one of my favorite races because, at the end of the night, you end with the 4x4. And that's always, when you're in that tight meet, it's just always just the best athletes because you can have a sprinter run a 400 even, and you can have a long distance runner run a 400. Like you can kind of get a mesh of both worlds in that middle distance run.
So putting the finishing touches on the starting blocks for this one. Again, heat 1 of JV. And again, you kind of see a mix. Well, the sole Hudsonville runner starting upright.
Yeah.
Now it looks like we do have a scratch in lane 6. That's the second Hudsonville runner scratching. So Mia Arbinger for Hudsonville in lane 4, their sole participant. Great start all around for East Kentwood.
They came out of the blocks running fast and currently take up all the positions right now in the front. Currently led by, looks like London Clincy on the outside, but that could also be tricky because when you're in the 9th lane,
right?
You started. So it's always around this back curve here, that final curve. Where do they start to fall in line?
And you can see that evolving now. As a great job, lane 5, Anaya Carter into the lead. Sammy Gurung, also lane 2. Lane 7, Camaray
Jackson. And then Grace Davis just came down the backstretch there. Looks like London might have hit a little side stitch there out there in lane 9. But she's going to finish. She picked it back up.
Yeah, great job. 107.888 for Anaya Carter. Season best for her. PR for Comaray and 111.24. Sammy Garung, 112.27. Grace Davis, PR. Lydia Marshall, PR. And then London Clincy also for East Kentwood performing well, too. So,
yeah.
Again, great showing there in Heat 1 of 2 in the girls 400. Heat 2, a all-EK heat. Peyton Smith in lane 4, the freshman. Partial mark, the senior in lane 5. Maylee Guerrero in lane 6.
They're all coming out of the blocks for this one.
And underway.
Looked like Maylee had a really good start coming out of there in lane 6. Currently getting some of the boys 400 runners on the track.
Yeah, Z Partial fighting for the lead now. And she'll take it going into turn 3.
Yep. Peyton's trying to come back on the inside, trying to use that inside advantage, but Partial's still in the lead, probably by another couple strides maybe.
Great performance. I have her in first hour every day.
Nice. Yep, there goes Peyton on the inside there. Currently at 1 minute on the mark.
And she'll across the line. Great run there by the trio of Falcons.
That was a good finish by all three.
Yeah, Peyton Smith, 110.05. A new PR for partial mark. Congratulations, 112.35. Maylee Guerrero, 114.77 to wrap up the girls 400 for the JV heats.
So that'll bring us to the boys here momentarily as they're getting ready and getting in the blocks. You know, for East Kentwood, we have Ethan Quibble at 52.5. He's in lane 2. Miles is at 50.6. He's in lane 4.
Yeah.
Damani Roberts, 48.63.
Yeah, he's one that there was a lot of talk about him today in class and things like that, about just how quick he's been, the freshman. Caden Holt in 8.
And then Jaden Jennings in 9. So we have a pretty strong Kentwood hold there. We got 5 runners going up against 4 Hudsonville.
Yeah, Damani Roberts, the best season best of the runners here by about 2 seconds over the next closest in lane 6. So keep an eye on him. Heat 1 of 1 for the 400 for the boys. And underway. Looks like clean starts for everybody.
Yep. And Damani's right out there right away.
Yeah, Jaden Jennings, Caden Holt burst into the lead, but here comes Damani Roberts now, neck and neck with Caden Holt. He's going to have the momentum, though, going into turn 3 at about the 22-second mark.
Looks like Carson Dykstra of Hudsonville sneaking into that 3rd spot right now.
Damani Roberts, the clear lead. Caden Holt's going to have a fight on his hands for 2nd. As a host of Falcons catching up, too, so it'll be a good battle for 3rd now.
Looks like Miles is trying to catch in there.
Yeah, Miles Gesselman pushing, but big win for Damani Roberts.
That was a great race by Damani there.
48.654.
Nice work.
For Damani. Carson Dykstra for Hudsonville 2nd. Miles Gesselman, great run for him, 51.13. Caden Holt, 51.74.
That's 6 points for East Kentwood right there. So that is a good all-around run. I mean, 51.74 out of Caden Holt. I mean, that's still fast.
Yeah, that's tremendous. I mean, that's, for someone as big as him. Ethan Quibble, PR, 52.01. Congratulations.
Jaden Jennings ended with a 53.67. He's just a sophomore himself, so.
Yeah, really good job there. Heat 1 of 3 for boys JV for EK. Lanes 5 through 8, Cade Kaufman in lane 5, Adam Isaac in 6, Anakin Eckenham in 7, David Driver in lane 9. Of those 3, the season best belonging to Cade Kaufman, 53.55. Also the fastest time in this event, season best-wise. So Cade in lane 5.
Pretty good start, especially out there in the top. Is that?
Yeah, I believe that's
Is that David Driver out there?
I believe that's Driver, yes.
Yeah, just really good kick so far.
There's Adam Isaac now.
Yep.
Speeding past in lane 6.
They can hold that through. They're going to be in a really good spot for their time.
Yeah, EK 1 through 4. Here comes Kaufman now on the inside, a big burst of speed late. But it looks like it is going to be, man, it's going to be neck and neck.
Yeah, I mean,
really great
Cade's
job.
really coming back.
He's going to be close. Is he going to get there? He is.
Yep.
So again, 1-2 for EK.
But really tight. That's a PR for Cade and for Isaac. 53.03, 53.07. Great race. Driver with a PR, 55.24. Eckenham, 55.35 PR. So that's 4 PRs for.
Tremendous.
Yeah, that was
really good run there by East Kentwood, going 1 through 4. And PRs for all 4 of them as we get ready for Heat 2.
Yeah. And they really push each other like right off the bat. You know, they really and they stuck with it all the way through. Because sometimes when you get that first burst of speed, you get nervous. Are you going to be able to hold that through? And it seemed like they did pretty good. Cade did a really good job too on not feeling that pressure and going in there, because you could tell he had a thought in how he wanted that race to run, and it got him to get up there by saving some of that momentum too.
Yeah, just the presence of mind and like you said, just the overall composure to not panic when you see, all right, they got a 5, 6, 7 yard lead, just, you know, going into it with a game plan. Just there really is a lot more strategy than just go out and run fast.
Exactly. Because you can run fast, but if you don't have that strategy down, then you might just miss that boat of what you're supposed to do. And so as we hear the bell going, we had a couple guys walk by there. So just really good to see today.
So Leonardo Aponte Hernandez in lane 1, Evan Neubauer in 2, Jalal Logan in 3, Abel Mendez Salazar in lane 4, Damian Allen second in lane 5 for EK, Tyron Harris Jr. in lane 7. And Hudsonville out to an early lead, but a lot of those EK runners.
Yeah, they're in that middle lanes. They're starting to kind of catch up a little bit, coming off this back curve.
And
looks like Damian Allen might be in the lead of this backstretch. We'll see here.
Believe that is, as they kind of even out Damian Allen, the junior. And going to be neck and neck.
But Logan there,
And now Hudsonville, Carter Beckham will push ahead at the very, very end.
Yeah, Carter Beckham taking first in that heat.
56.544.
But Damian Allen, that's a PR for him. For Logan, PR.
Abel Mendez Salazar, a PR 58.46. Joel Logan, PR 57.58. Tyron Harris, a PR 59.06. Evan Neubauer, a PR 59.29. Leonardo Aponte Hernandez, 1 minute .36, also a PR for him.
You'd love to see it.
All PRs. That is a full PR heat for all of our EK runners.
And they really pushed each other through. That backstretch there was some great racing. It wasn't nobody was like falling back. It was they were really giving it their all the way through.
So boys heat number 3, Victor Thorne, Benyam Jakob in lane 3, Austin Later in 5, Kyoko Manyang in 7, and Tam Nguyen in lane 8. Benyam Jakob, a production club member.
Nice, that's exciting. And this will be the final heat of the 400. The final heat of the 400 here as we get underway. A little mixture, some in the blocks, some standing.
As we're underway. Through 12 of 17 scored events, one more got scored. EK leading 58.4 to 37.6. EK girls also maintaining their lead. Really, really great start out there for, I believe that's Tam Nguyen.
Tam Nguyen, yeah. Tam Nguyen has got a really nice kick right now. Let's see if he can hold it through that backstretch, but looks like he's got a really good kick going. So this is
yeah, good job. Just kind of pacing himself.
Does not have a score time yet through athletic.net. So
yeah, and Victor Thorne as well in lane 2 there for EK in second. Also no time scored, so some more PRs coming.
Yep, a couple PRs no matter what. But yeah, that was a good run.
Big race for third happening as well as Tam Nguyen will win.
Tam Nguyen finished strong there too. He really was pushing it. 56.
4.53. Congratulations there. That'll be a PR. Victor Thorne, 58.2. Austin Leiter, a PR 102.11. Kyoko Manyang for East Kentwood, also a PR 108.17.
It's always a battle for that last one.
Yeah, tremendous. And Benyam Jakob, a PR. Congratulations, nice. Benyam, a PR 124.79. So a new personal record for production club.
Currently, they're getting ready for the 300-meter hurdles. I made a comment about this earlier. I know the 800, I think, is the hardest, but the 300 has got to be right up there.
Yeah, absolutely. So while we get ready for the 300-meter hurdles, we'll take a quick break while they set up and come right back to Falcon Stadium.
Every year, Pepinos donates $4,000 worth of scholarships to EK athletes and fine arts students
to continue furthering our success on and off the field and on and off the stage.
I want to thank Pepinos for their continued support of East Kentwood athletes and fine arts students. Thank you, Pepinos.
Thank you, Pepinos.
And back at Falcon Stadium, Preston Nikuski, Joe Marsiglia, bringing you the action from track and field here along with production club, getting set up for the boys 300-meter hurdles. Still a little bit of setting up to do for that. Again, just a big shout out. This entire thing put on by students. You know, we're here just for the commentary sake of things, but every camera you're seeing operated by students. Owen, Brooklyn, Diara, Zaya's here, Andrew Warren, Julie, our live stream director. Mariah's also on camera, Nua's on camera, all students running everything from the commercials you've been watching every now and then, all student made, every camera cut, students deciding that. Anytime you see the Jumbotron in the background, students are directing what's on there. Students have made all the graphics, everything that you see entirely student made, which makes our jobs and lives a lot easier because we can sit and do commentary while the students handle all the heavy lifting. Great job by Alex Giarmo's huge in getting production club up and running at EK, and what he's been able to do with the crew is super, super cool.
Yeah, and they do things more than just the athletic events, right? Like
yeah,
they're
absolutely.
going
Yep.
around. They came to our school and a couple other schools and did the recess talk and just brought some seniors back to talk about recess. They've captured some just really amazing events that we put on here through Kentwood. So these students here, they are getting a wonderful experience, but they are putting on a phenomenal production year in and year out.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are underway for
the girls 300.
Girls
meter.
300. Some times to watch. Aliyah Bailey, 46.09. Alana Bracey in lane 5, 45.83. Abby Terry also out there. Actually, no, I don't believe I don't see Abby Terry, so she may have been a scratch.
Yeah.
Looks like a couple empty lanes out there. But it looks like Bailey and Bracey.
Yep, and Bailey and Bracey are currently ranked 7th and 8th in the state with their 300-meter hurdle
And,
run so far this year.
We may see some new fast times from them. They were both in the 45 and 46s. It's going to be close.
It will be real close.
And I think
she
Bracey got it
across there. We will see what it says, but that was
and it is season best Alana Bracey, 45.308. That is 5th in the state.
Nice.
Aliyah Bailey, a PR for her, 46.02 for the freshman. Jaslyn Chisholm Humes, a new PR, 48.41. That is good for 48th in the state of Michigan. Congratulations. That is another freshman putting up a monster time.
Yeah, that is some really, really good times. And they're by far the fastest on the west side.
Yeah.
The other times that are currently ahead of them are on the east side.
So for example, you saw third place was ranked in the state but not second. Is that because second place had a faster time?
Yeah,
that
probably
was
had a faster time. Yep. So
you only get one fast time on the board.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's all about that one fast time. So whatever your fastest ends up being. So you just kind of see how that goes. But
Heat 1 of girls JV, all EK. Amani Armstrong, Anna Mayobi, Eris Lee, Kamila Ponte Hernandez, Taryn Jones, Journey Cottle, Savannah Nichols, Jade Brewer, Bach Lual. All EK. So bragging rights on the line, too.
Yep. And so far they have gotten over the hurdles really, really well. You're not seeing any hurdles on the ground after they're running. So just really smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Cottle in in second, Taryn Jones in the lead. And it is a healthy lead. We'll see one more set of hurdles.
This is where you got to grit it in and get through.
Yeah, absolutely. And she does. Great job. That should be a PR.
Yeah, that looks like it's a PR. That was really well run.
And it is a season best for Journey Cottle, 48.93. I think there was. I think
we'll see Taryn Jones come through here. Yeah.
Taryn Jones, the PR. There, they swapped now. Taryn Jones, PR, 48.94. Journey Cottle, season best, 57.3. Eris Lee, a new PR, 52.37. Kamila Aponte Hernandez, a new season best, 52.62. Jade Brewer, PR, 54.17. Amani Armstrong, PR, 54.28. Savannah Nichols, 54.56. And Anna Mayobi, 56.23 for the all EK heat.
Yep, so this third and final heat of the 300-meter hurdles, we will have a mix of East Kentwood and Hudsonville. So we'll be able to race against them for this one.
For EK, lanes 4 through 8, Sinai Mickens, Helena Mortisfer, Quinn Smith, Anaya Beeman, and Ava Gomez.
As they get set and they're off. Looks like Quinn Smith, she had a really good start.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a very fast run for Quinn.
Orange spikes. I'm a fan when you can see them this far away. So
something clearly that can identify you.
Oh, but she did have a little stop there, so she had to stop at that hurdle in order to get over it. So now Quinn has kind of dropped back a little bit. She's going to have to try and fight her way back up.
It's got to be tough getting the hurdle on the corner like that.
Yes, your steps have to be on, and if you're still working on can I jump off either foot too, some are like so left foot or so right foot dominant that it can be kind of scary to do something different.
And that'll be a big win for
Quinn Smith.
Yeah, that was Quinn
9-6,
Smith.
yeah.
Yes.
And a PR?
PR 54.14. Sanaya Mickens, PR 57.52. Helena Mortisfer, PR 57.7. Ava Gomez, PR at a minute .05. Anaya Beeman, 101.12. That was Anaya with the bright spikes.
Yep. Yeah, so Anaya, I'd be real curious to see what her time would be without that little falter. So she's got
absolutely.
So
There's time there.
When she looks back at it, she can go, okay, if I hit that, I'm probably getting a PR too. So that's going to show her just work on those steps a little bit and going to be in a really good spot because she came out of the blocks really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so that take us to the boys 300. So they're going to have to put the hurdles up 2 notches.
Yeah, boys 300 meter. Gene Shema, in lane 1. Season best 42.24. Major Barnes, lane 3 for EK. Season best 41.32. Shakuru in lane 5, a season best 41.08. And Kenneth Harrison 7, season best 41.74. Those times anywhere from 3 to 5 seconds faster than the Hudsonville runners. So we'll see if we can break 41s in this one, and they are off.
And they are moving.
Yeah, tremendous start. I believe that's Ken Harris. The bright orange spikes for EK. And he is running so smooth.
That might be Shakura, actually.
No, that is.
Yep.
It's hard to tell in the backstretch.
Yeah, that backstretch. And when we don't have a 7th lane, so he must have been scratched. But, man, just great run so far by him.
Yeah, Shakuru, Barnes, Shema, 1, 2, 3. And he's going to break 41 right 40. Nice. Great job. That should be 39.9. Yep. Oh, 40.406.
Wow, that was a really, really good
But
run.
that is a new PR and good for 29th in the state. Congratulations to Shakuru. Major Barnes, 41.51. Gene Shema, 42.86. Yep. And, yeah, that was a scratch for Ken Harris.
Yep. So, yeah, clean sweep there. Again, that's big points, right? Anytime you can walk away with 9 points in an event, that is crucial.
So. Yeah. So that was heat 1 of 2. There's going to be a second varsity heat. And we'll see who lines up for EK in that one as we advance. Oh, there's a heat 2, but technically they have it marked as just a single Hudsonville runner. So I don't know if this is actually going to be.
Yeah, it might move over to just a JV. Yeah, it looks like they're going to do the JV. They just moved over and this would be an all Kentwood JV heat.
Yeah, Clinton Musio in 4, Tamatucci lane 5, Sharian Bass Hughes, Jameer Fields, Morrison Brown. And there's certainly some speed in this heat as well.
Yeah, there is.
Big lead heading into the now shaded over front stretch in lane 5 for Tamatucci. Ooh, clips that hurdle.
Morrison Brown currently in 2nd.
So the win with 1 clipped hurdle. EK will go 1, 2, 3.
And it's okay to clip them or even knock them down, right? Their big thing
is.
So
over is the only.
So, yep, if you knock them over, if they get into somebody else's lane, that's where you're going to get a disqualification. Basically, if they mess somebody's rhythm up is where you'll get dinged.
PRs for Tamatucci, 42.92. Jameer Fields, a PR 46.37. 46.80, 48.82 for the rest of the runners.
And that 42.92, he was flying. He
great
came out fast
run
and held it together.
So picking up the hurdles as we'll take a quick break while they do that and come back for more from Falcon Stadium.
It's a commitment to developing grit. Golf is kind of a metaphor for life. There's ups and downs, same thing with the game of golf. So a Falcon golfer is one that is resilient, and they're committed to developing grit to tackle any obstacle that they face on the course or off the course.
Golf is such an individual sport, so being able to be something bigger than just yourself, representing the school and a team, is a lot more meaningful than just playing for yourself.
I think it means to take on something bigger than yourself. Golf is such a mental game, and it can break you down very, very easily. And if you can take a step back and realize that you're representing East Kentwood High School, it really helps you dig deep and grind through those tough rounds.
Ed Rising is a class for juniors and seniors to get prepared for the world of teaching.
One of my favorite things about teaching Ed Rising is getting to show students and share with students all of the highlights of my day and why teaching it can be really fun and really rewarding.
I knew that I liked interacting with kids and with children, just helping them, but I didn't know I liked it that much. I stayed an hour longer just to help with that second grade teacher.
And back at Falcon Stadium for the girls 800 underway to cut off our lovely Ed Rising commercial there. But for Hudsonville, Ella Harzma out in front. She comes in with a big season best 2:28. EK Zoe Maston, her PR coming in this one, her season best also. 2:36.95. Layla Burris, third for EK, 2:37. Kayla Clark, fourth for EK, 2:47.51. Deidre Mayers, Talia Cabanda, and Gray Cole also running for East Kentwood.
Yeah, this is one of those runs, mid-distance is, you have to train, run far, get the stamina, but then you also have to be able to sprint.
Yeah, yep.
And so you really do have a little mix of the both worlds.
This is an event that a lot of the athletes today are talking about as one of the least favorites is the 800, because you're not, like you said, you're not quite into, you can't really get into a rhythm of running a mile and keeping track of your pace, because you only got two quick laps. You got to be ready to give that burst of speed at any given time.
Yeah, you finish that first lap and you're like, oh, I'm just getting into what I want to do. And it's like, oh, but the bell's ringing.
Yeah.
You got to go.
Yeah.
And so, you're right. It really mentally and physically. And then I think about it, it comes right after the 300-meter hurdle. So you got two right in the middle, just gauntlet races for these people.
As a healthy lead for Hudsonville and Ella Harzma, the freshman. We've seen a pair of freshman distance runners for Hudsonville have some really, really big success.
Yeah, that's got to be really exciting for them to know for the next few years they're going to have a really solid distance crew.
Yeah.
And that's what's tough about the red, right? It's just as you feel like, oh, this person's graduating, this student's graduating, there's always another phenomenal athlete coming up.
As you see Ella cross the line for Hudsonville at about 2:25-ish, 2:25, 3:23.
PR for her on this day. So good run for her.
Layla Buress for EK, a PR 2:34.50. Zoe Maston, a PR 2:34.86.
And so you look at that. That's big to get 2-3 there, because then Hudsonville only gained a point on us there. So
Kayla Clark, PR 2:47.47. Gray Cole 2:52.11. So some great performances from East Kentwood runners there.
Yeah, they really came out running well. The weather does play a good factor. But these athletes have been training so hard since March, and really even in the winter, right? They a lot of them have been doing, winter track as well.
Yeah, Deidre Mayers, a PR 3:03.83. Talia Cabanda, PR as well for East Kentwood.
Nice.
Congratulations, 3:10.43. So good runs there as we switch gears now. For the boys 800 meter, Justin Johnson, Isaac Tanis, the two to watch here in this one.
Yeah.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Parents, 5-yard penalty. Third problem.
All right, we're back here at Falcon Stadium, getting ready for the boys 800, I believe, 800-meter run?
Yeah, 800-meter run.
Okay,
yep.
fantastic.
Just
and
the girls.
I just stepped in for Preston for a little bit here. I was just working a camera, so if you saw any sort of movements that were interesting, that was probably me, most likely me. I am not the professional that some of our kids are, so, you saw some weird lighting or some weird stuff going on, but we're back at it with the A team as far as camera crew goes, and we're really excited to bring you the 800 here.
Yeah, we were just talking about how Justin Johnson, Isaac Tanis are two to watch here. I had the privilege of teaching Justin back in the day at Explorer when I was doing phys ed. So it's neat to see him in this light. We were talking earlier about, how you see elementary kids and then now you see him at the high school level.
Yeah.
Like just to see his growth. And he loves running. Like it is just –
Very
what he
cool.
does. You see him out in the neighborhoods running, before and after school, and just
absolutely. So you see leaders or expected leaders in lanes 7 and 8 right now as they take the wide track. That's Justin in first, Isaac second, and then I believe can't tell.
Yeah, hard to tell.
Yeah, there's Isaac on the inside, taking the early lead as they all move into the fast lane of the track.
And so if you watch that, they had the waterfall move for everybody else from lane 6 on down, and then those 7 out had to wait until that first turn. So
Isaac Tanis in my second hour. I always have a little conversation about the day when we have a home track meet, and he was excited to run today. I told him it's PR Wednesday. I don't know if that's come up at all, but
once or twice up here.
He was excited. I pulled the weather report up, and he was like, "Man, yeah, that's going to be ideal. A beautiful day." As Isaac and I believe that's Justin in first with him.
Yep, Isaac and Justin. They're hanging out together.
Going stride for stride here as they move into lap number 2, last lap of the 800 meter.
Yeah, we were talking before you got up here, Alex Chu, of like when you're in the 800. Just as you're feeling your groove, it's the bell's ringing, and you got to go. Like you're last there. So that's what makes this one of the hardest races to go.
Isaac, one of our fantastic cross-country distance runners. So I imagine the 800 is a little bit of an adjustment for someone who's used to running 3.2 miles.
Yeah, I think when he gets done, he probably feels like there's still a lot in the tank.
Yeah. I never feel that way when I run.
Yeah.
So that would be an amazing feeling.
I never had the privilege to do the 800, so I'm okay with that. But here they come down the stretch. Isaac is currently leading, but Justin is coming around trying to make it tough.
Really pushing each other here. That's what great teammates do. As they move down the front stretch, and it looks like it's going to be Justin.
Yep, looks like it's going to be Justin. Really smooth by both
Good
runners.
Work. Justin and Isaac, 1-2 in the 800 meter. Hudsonville, it looks like that's
2:01.35 for Justin, 2:01.73 PR for
and
Isaac
just
Tanis.
When we said it,
PR
Wednesday. There it is, a PR for Isaac Tanis.
That second hour conversation came through.
There it is. Just put it into the universe.
Yeah.
And it happened here on a beautiful Wednesday. It's turned into a fantastic early evening. Still got a lot of track action to go. Haven't gotten to the 200-meter dash yet.
Nope, and then there's quite a bit of those.
Yes,
so
there's going to be a lot of them.
That's coming up next. So that's going to be our next run. So we should see quite a few heats. So if you are hanging out and listening to us, come on up.
Yeah, if you're close by in the neighborhood, I don't think they charge money to get into track events. I've actually never come to a track meet after 3:30 when we're setting everything up. So I don't actually know if they charge. I don't think they charge. It looks like there's nobody there.
The table's away, so come on in. It is free to come in, free parking. Come see some amazing athletes because we're coming into the home stretch of this meet. Like there is a lot of really, really good races to come still.
Concession stand open, so come grab a Falcon Burger and hang out with us.
Yep, I know Mr. Bannister and a bunch of other track parents are currently in there right now making that stuff up for you. So come see them, support the athletes. Hardly a cloud in the sky.
Yeah.
I mean, this really is just a beautiful night.
Ideal stuff.
Could not have asked for it.
As we move on to heat number 2 of the 800-meter dash, see Leo out there, Leo Aponte Hernandez, one of our great Falcon football players.
Nice.
Member of the secondary, getting better every year. Leo is fantastic. You ever get to talk to him?
Got freshman Edward Gorkowski, one of my former students as well. He's going to be out in that far lane 8 and 9 where they're going to have to wait for that final stretch. Justin Hutt, sophomore.
Alpha Kaba all the way on the inside there. Alpha's in my first hour. I don't think he's missed a question on a test all year. He's a brilliant student and fantastic young man. And then Benyam Jakob, the younger brother of Production Club's own Robel Jakob.
I was going to say, is Benyam maybe interested to take over next year?
He's done a few events with us and done a great job for us. The Emmy Award-nominated Robel Jakob for his Falcon News Network classic, Falcon Feud, which is modeled off the classic game show Family Feud. And Robel does a fantastic job of hosting that. I don't know who's in the lead here, but a big lead.
I mean, came out just fast,
out of the blocks.
Right out of the blocks.
That might be.
No pun intended, but.
That might be Alpha.
I think you might be right because I mean they were right in the end. Yeah, that I think it is Alpha Kaba. I mean, just
there you go, Alpha
coming off the backstretch right around 40 seconds right now. Really good stride. Like he is looking really good in his run right now. Moving, currently hanging out in the second lane.
If he's as good at running as he is AP Econ, he's gonna do just fine.
Yeah,
he's
coming through.
Great student.
Bell's about to ring. 1 minute on the dot.
Man, a good first
So that
lap
is a
Alpha.
really good first
Let's
lap.
hold on to that pace. Come on, Alpha.
So you think of, Justin and Isaac, they were right around 2 minutes, 2:01, right, on their previous run. And so that split is right there with them.
Split's right there with them. Can we hold on
here? Looking like a little slowing down right now, but still really good arm movement, really good gait pattern.
Keep moving.
So got to keep that going.
See Leo with a good first lap there. Leo making his way around turn 2 with a host of other Eagles around him. Alpha Kaba about to move into turn 3. Tons of encouragement from his fellow teammates.
Yeah, that's what I love about this. When it's warmer out, the athletes are really even more out there encouraging each other.
The 4x4 at the end of this race is going to be very fun.
Yes.
We'll have a lot of people running back and forth. We got the flags up because a couple weeks ago we almost had Zudi fly onto the track. Zudi and Kaelon Porter almost ended up in lane 3.
Yeah.
The 4x4. So put the flags up.
No, that is good.
But good on them to be excited for their teammates as Alpha is going to win this heat going away.
Yeah.
Nice work.
So we had a 1 minute split on the front, 1:18 on the back, it looks like.
See if we can get some results.
But really, overall, really good. Yep, 2:19.
2:19, all right.
I mean, that was
not a PR either.
No, it was it was a good run. He came out fast, and so if he can kind of sustain that a little bit in that second lap, I mean, but he looked good. It wasn't
great.
It didn't look like a tough, difficult run for him. He looked very smooth. So that was exciting. He's excited. He's seeing some Hudsonville guys right now, and they're like, man, you really went out there. You could just see that.
Nice work.
Jaden Wynn with a PR, 2:28. Sophomore from East Kentwood. Gorkowski had 2:33. Leonardo Aponte Hernandez, 2:38.38. Season best.
There you
for
go,
him.
Leo.
So, and Justin Hutt with 2:39.94.
So we do have our first call for the 4x4, which means we're starting to get our way to the end. Going to have the 200-meter dash, followed by the 3,200, and then the 4x4, I believe, our last three
that is correct.
events. I don't know how much updating we've been doing for the field events. I'm sure Preston has been all over the field events.
We have been looking, but the last time we tried, there was not an update. So I think it would be good to go through and give us some updates of what we did.
Yeah, let's check it out. It looks like these are all JV.
I have girls
finals.
varsity long jump. Monty Armstrong, 16.3. She took first from Kentwood. That's a season best for her. Samari Roberts, 16 even. She equaled a season best. Got 3 points there. And then we had the clean sweep with Maylee Guerrero with a 15.11. So that was that made it really close between those two. But yeah, a clean sweep there with Abigail Terry also taking fourth.
Nice work. And then boys long jump varsity, Lorenzo Reynolds with a 22 flat, .25, taken first. Ty Ikema in second from Hudsonville, Michigan's 20th best jump of the year, 21.8. And then Javon Alexander in third with a 20-foot, 10-inch jump. Nice work for Javon.
And the girls high jump varsity, Abak Lual. We talked a little bit. She was jumping up and excited. She had a new 25.
Yeah, we saw
19,
that.
5. It was 5.3. She jumped.
Wow, good work.
So really good work by Abak. Got us 5 points. Lauren Brower and Riley Pohl got 5.1 and 4.10 for Hudsonville. So they got 4 points out of that. But Abak jumped really hard, high, and that's 19th in the state.
Wow.
And she's a sophomore.
Great
so that
work.
is really good work. Great jumping
And
by
her teammates were really excited
They
for her.
were.
You could see them all jumping around and having a great time over there.
It was so fun.
Boys high jump, Max Veltema first, 5 feet 6 inches. James Johnson tying him, 5 feet 6. Keaton Bolheis, 5'6" as well. I think that it looks like they're very much done. So it looks like we had a tie for first amongst 5 athletes. Jack DeWilt, same, and then Chris Parker also with the same.
So we were discussing earlier how Hudsonville had 0.6 and we had 0.4 and wondering where that came about. And so this is probably where, as we're going to the points, with a 5 tie, how it all came down. It really went there. Girls pole vault, we equaled the season best for Brooklyn Zylstra at a 10.6. She's ranked currently 16th in the state based on that. Hay Lair, 9 feet even, and Riley Mulligan, 7 feet. So another clean sweep for the girls.
Brooklyn's
in the
been
field
great
events.
this year.
Yeah,
she really has. She's done a fantastic job, very consistent, really doing a great job in the pole vault.
She was fun really watching. She is a diver as well. So it was fun watching her dive
Yes.
this winter and just kind of seeing. I'm sure that's got to play a factor, right? When you're doing pole vault and how you're moving your body. So
kind of how you feel in the air.
Mm-hmm.
As we continue moving, we'll take a quick break from results to check out the first heat of the girls 200. Girls 200 on the way here as we move into heat 1 of 1 for the varsity, and then we're going to get a host of JV heats. Ariana Carter, Jada Pace, Logan Richardson, Maylee Guerrero, all in this heat. The typical crew here, as it looks like Jada Pace with another fantastic run for the Falcons, a great sprinter, and that's going to
and then
takes a little bit of a spill there at the end, but she
yeah.
worked hard to get through the finish line. She's going to be okay. Her teammate's going to come over and help her up.
And then Maylee Guerrero, she got a PR. She took second at 26.97.
Two PRs here on PR Wednesday.
PR
Jada
Wednesday.
Pace in first and Maylee Guerrero in second. Nice work.
Yep, Ariana Carter and Logan Richardson did not run, so that's why we only had the limited. We had the 2. But hey, that is good. Going 1, 2, and taking 8 points again. That's just you're adding into that and seeing what other people can do.
Absolutely, and that's going to move us to the JV heats. Only 8 for the girls today. I say only because the West Ottawa meet we had 14.
Yeah.
So 8. Not going to take quite as long as the 14 that we see, but looks like this is going to be mostly a Kentwood heat with 1 Hudsonville runner in lane 9. Maya Evans in 5. Journey Matthews 4. Taji Crothers 3. Zariah Williams 2. And then Aluol Anyang in lane 1. Samari Roberts 6. Princess Huff L in lane 7. And Anai Mock in lane 8. See what we can do here. Again, on a beautiful night at Falcon Stadium. JV Heat 1 of the 200-meter dash. Thanks for hanging with us here. If you couldn't make it out tonight, too far away at the office, or just decided to stay home, pop some popcorn, it's a great night to watch some track. Because it looks like this is going to be Princess Samari Maya all right there.
Yeah, they were all right there. I think Princess
And it was
27.46.
PR, ninth grader.
Maya Evans was probably in the thousands, right? She was 27.46 as well with a PR.
Yeah, let's check out the results. Let's check out the oh, yeah, there we go. Let's check out the results. There we go. Good, and there it is. Princess. Yeah, 7,000th of a second with the win for her.
What a race! That was good. Great. So again, PR Wednesday is a thing.
Four in a row there for the crew.
Yeah, they ran well, and this is getting the part where the sun is now kind of going down a little bit. With how tall our stadium is, and so you're getting a little bit cooler, but it's not cold.
Yep.
So it's cool but not cold. So some really good runs are going to be coming out of here.
You can tell by the number of blankets that seem to make their way onto the field. You can tell how cold it's getting on the field.
Yes.
You can also tell because the athletes will slowly migrate into the areas that still have sun, along with the parents. The concourse will get much more popular if it's a cold day. Here in Heat 3, Grace Davison, lane 1, Kamari Jackson, lane 2, Kia Marl in lane 3, Lydia Marsh, lane 4, Samaya Madison in lane 6, Partial Mark in lane 7, London Clincy 8, and Peyton Smith 9.
Ooh, that was pretty close. Shemaya and London, I thought were pretty up. Shemaya got it 29.21.
Season best.
London Clincy with a PR 29.3. Kaya Merrill 29.43. Kamari Jackson PR. They are just coming through 29.70. Lydia Marsh with a PR 29.71. Just flying around the track.
Absolutely. A reflection of the beautiful night. We're not a fair weather track team. We had a few on Monday, but it's just condition specific sometimes.
Yeah, and I even look back too, and some of the times were still really good on Monday.
Absolutely.
Even with how cold it was and how windy.
We were talking about how difficult it was on Monday and how many times we had that were still nice.
Yeah.
Cabria Kimball, lane 1. Sammy Gurung, lane 4. Maylee Guerrero, 7. And Kylie Walker, lane 8. We were talking earlier about how most of the stadiums in the Midwest run north-south, and the home side is on the west side, so that you force the away team to look into the sun.
Yep.
But our stadium's so tall that they get the shade pretty soon.
Yep, it does.
It looks like this is going to be lane 8, Kylie Walker.
That was a really good run by her.
Fantastic race.
Yeah, her time has got to be really good. Yeah, 28.68 PR freshman.
Fantastic. Another freshman with a PR. You could see in the future of the Falcon track team.
Yep. Cabria Kimball, 30.08 PR for her. She's a senior.
Another member of the Powder Puff team.
Winning Powder Puff team,
Played
right?
split end for us. Did a great job.
Maylee
Wide
Guerrero,
receiver.
30.71. So, yeah, that was a great race by those ladies overall.
Absolutely.
It's neat to see because here you're going to have young freshmen and sophomores in here that might not quite crack that varsity, but then you're going to have juniors and seniors too, who they're out here and they might be just trying to find either a different avenue or just really trying to beat what they've done before.
Absolutely. It's the fun thing about track is everybody gets a chance to go.
Yep.
It's a sport that really encourages participation, and you're always racing against yourself. It's kind of like golf that way.
Yeah. Just 150 more people. But yeah, golf is very much like it
way
is
more
you.
fun. Not as miserable when you're racing yourself in golf. It could be a tough one, but in this heat is our very own Ashanti Yarborough. This is lane 6, Smiling Banks 5, Salatoi lane 4, Miandinja Presendio in lane 3, Evan Torres lane 2, Angelique Pascal in lane 1. Kalia Beckford 8 and Grace Forkpaw in lane 9.
Yeah.
Nice work, ladies.
Kalia Beckford really came on strong at the end there to take first place.
PR to start this scoring, and another one. They're just flying.
They're flying through 4 straight PRs. They're really coming through. PR Wednesday in full effect here at Falcon Stadium.
Come on, Ashanti. We want a PR out of Ashanti.
Yeah,
there we go.
she
Another
did.
PR out of Ashanti as the press box erupts in applause for our fantastic colleague here in Production Club. And that's going to be 7 PRs and a season best for the Falcons in that heat. Fantastic work.
We're now going to heat 5 of 8. A lot of PR bell about to happen. Coach Stevenson down there checking the stopwatch. It's just exciting stuff. And I think that's what also is really good about this is the coaches are still into it, even though we're on heat 5 of 8, or like you said on Monday, there was a lot more, just being able to encourage each other and see what they're doing, see what they can do.
Yeah, I think in a track season, this is the time of the year when you start to evaluate and you can say, okay, we might have a shot to do some things,
yes,
into the postseason, and you never know exactly how it's going to end up. But I think your ears perk up a little bit more, and as a coach, you're willing to maintain that intensity because you know that the ceiling is very high for your group.
Yes, absolutely.
Not only this year, but in the future. You see, just in the 200, all the freshmen and sophomores that are quickly getting better.
Yeah, I mean, you got another set of PRs from Angelica Farrell, 31.2, Ryland Hassan Milton, 31.33, London Brown, 31.53. I mean, these are just really, really good times for them as they're continuing to improve as the year is going on. And you look at the final, like the conference, you take 3 athletes per event. And then at regionals, you take 2 athletes. But then at the state, you take 3 again. So you kind of have to play this game of, okay, who do I want win? Because you don't want to overwork some of your top athletes too. Like you don't want them in 6 events. You really need to keep them to 2 or 3 to really get the best effort out of them. So
absolutely, and you're trying to weigh the balance of depth versus the idea that you want to get some of your younger runners and field athletes experience, and it's hard to weigh it all.
Yeah, and coming up soon they'll have a JV Invitational too that they'll be able to go to and be able to see a little bit more too of the kind of the futures of everyone.
Absolutely.
So
and the more that you look around the state at some of these fantastic track programs, and they all have incredibly experienced, well organized, fantastic coaches and coaching staffs. And I think sometimes the perception with track is, well, what are you doing as a coach? Just tell them to run around. And the more that you hang out with track coaches and people in the track community, the more you realize how sophisticated and nuanced the entire coaching process is. And days like today are days where if you have an experienced coach like Coach Stevenson or Coach Emiat, you can really get a lot out of today.
Yeah.
As you're building confidence and depth with your team.
Yeah, it's so much more than just the win-loss column when you're going in the dual meet, right? You can really get into the weeds as we set another round of PRs for everyone on the track for that last 200.
It's incredible.
It's just really incredible. But, yeah, it's so much more than the Jimmies and Joes, if you will, right? You really have to dig deep and just think of those little nuanced things. When do I want the block? How do I want my block set up? Am I willing to look at somebody next to me and go, why is your block set up that way? Should I have my block set up that way? And to just really feed off each other.
Absolutely. It's interesting, even controlling the pacing of some meets. I was talking to some of our athletes in my 5th hour, and they were talking about how the amount of people that you put in different heats can kind of change how much rest time certain athletes get. It can get very, very intricate and nuanced.
You run that 800 and you run that 2 mile, right? If you're that middle long distance type of guy like an Isaac Tannis is, right? Like longer 200, that's kind of good for you.
Absolutely.
Get to your full recovery.
And so if another team knows that, it can kind of change maybe how many people they put into it.
That's exactly it.
Especially if someone can really impact the race as we get another round of PRs. Miranda Thomas, Reese Schmidt, and Mara Pena Rondon. Boma Williams and Jill Tuttle all coming in 1 through 5. First 4 athletes there with PRs. Macy Lucy with another PR from Hudsonville. Lucia Del Pozo, PR. Olivia Newray, PR. As we've kind of hit the perfect time of year for for the personal records to start really moving.
Yeah, I mean, you look at next week is May, and the state finals is May. Like we are in it. We are in the middle, and the end is also going to come really, really fast. And
State finals right here at East Kentwood Stadium, Falcon Stadium.
It is. If you have never been, if you're listening or watching, if you've never been to the state finals here, it is a spectacle. It is phenomenal. From the workers that we have at all the different events, people working, cleaning up in the food service area. It is just amazing. And the athletes you will see that day.
Absolutely.
And to see so much red. Like, there is a lot of EK. This looks like Brooklyn Zylstra.
Nice work, Brooklyn, after a fantastic pole vault. Going to try a 200-meter dash for her, and she's going to finish first in that heat.
Just missed her PR by 1/100th of a second.
29.81, but we'll take the 5 points she scored from the pole vault all day long. Good for her for getting out here and running a 200, getting a little bit better.
Yeah.
The kind of person, when you talk to her, you know that she's always trying to get better. She's one of those types of people that where if she does something, she's going to do it really well. So a great race for her.
And she's only a sophomore, too.
Yep.
So for her, it's trying to figure out, okay, what else do I want? Because clearly phenomenal in pole vault, right? And so is there another event that I want to do that might help the team score some points as, you know, I progress and move on to junior and senior.
Absolutely.
It looks like we're moving on to the boys,
and
right?
We are going to get another Malachi Mosley sighting here, ladies and gentlemen. If you were looking for Malachi to run the 100 and the 200, you're in luck.
Yeah.
You're getting both of them today.
He is doing it again. He currently is ranked 5th in the state in the 200 when he ran 21.97. That was against West Ottawa here on a very cold, windy day.
Yes. So we are hoping for a PR. Javon Alexander in lane 1, Damani Roberts lane 3, and Devin Roten in lane 7 for your Falcons. This is fun. I didn't know if we were going to get a 100 and a 200.
I wasn't either, but it's nice to see him. You know, and I think even that, you look at how great he is at the 400, and being able to let him do some of this stuff. That also is that. How am I going to figure out what the postseason is going to look like for us by Coach Emiot, right? So, we have a
false
start.
Something you see in the 100 more than you see in the 200. Not quite as important to get out of the blocks.
Yep. Sounding.
Don't know.
I think what he just said. So he just said it was not a false start. Sounded like there was a whistle or something that went off right around that, and he didn't want them thinking that was there. That was their time to go. So I guess I get that, but that makes it really tough. Now you got to. Can I repeat that same motion for the second time?
I think that's Coach Mead over there as the starter. I've experienced.
Oh yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
starter.
Yeah.
He's been doing it for a while, and he is really, really good. And it is a completely undersold piece of meats if you have a really, really good starter.
Yes. It really makes or break the pace.
Absolutely.
You know, if they have it down, like you said, he's been doing it a while.
Keeps the rhythm of the meat going. He's excellent at it, and that's going to be a clean start for the Falcons.
Yeah. That's
big strides out of Malachi coming down turn 3.
Oh, yeah, he is flying.
Very little wind to their face.
All for East Kentwood currently 1, 2, 3, 4 with Malachi leading the charge.
Just
and Damani right behind, right?
Beautifully smooth run out of Malachi, Damani, and
oh, I think we got another PR
Javon.
from Malachi, sir.
There it is. Second in the state of Michigan for Malachi Mosley, 21.75.
And then Damani 9th in the state, 22.03. They were flying.
Absolutely fantastic. A freshman, Damani Roberts.
Oh, he's had a good day today. He really has run very well, as most of our athletes have tonight as well. Javon Alexander, 22.6 to wrap that up. He is 47th in the state with that.
Devin Roten with a really good race as well. That's a PR for him. So 3 PRs in heat number 1 on PR Wednesday.
We're going to have heat 2. It will actually happen. Miles Gesselman and Amon Edmonds, both from East Kentwood in lanes 4 and 5.
Interested to see how Mighty does here in the 200. He's been an athlete working hard in the weight room and the gym to get ready for next year's football season, and he's I don't think there are a whole lot of people more focused on having a great football season than Mighty, man. Every time I talk to him, every time he's around, and I've known him since a 7th grader, watching him play basketball, he is extremely, extremely passionate about having a good senior season for football. He is into it, and it's fun to watch. So let's see if we can get a good 200-meter time out of Mighty.
I mean, definitely came out of the blocks really well.
Miles Gesselman in his inside lane, pushing him here. Neck and neck coming down the front stretch. See if Mighty can hold him off. Looks like Miles is getting those big strides moving as we get into the end, and Mighty just kind of lost gas there at the end. Still a really good race.
Really good race.
Moving. PR for Miles Gesselman, 23.42. Mighty, 23.84.
Yeah, that was really, really good run.
I mean, those times are Heat 1 times in a lot,
yes,
a lot of dual meets around the state. That's Heat 2 of the JV right now. We got some fast athletes here from Hudsonville and East Kentwood. It's incredible to watch.
Yeah, it's one thing when you're at East Kentwood, there's so many track runners, and you think around the state like, oh man, if I was in a smaller town or whatever, where would my time be? But it also is just that's what makes Kentwood so great.
Absolutely.
Like it's going to push you to be
and the OK
better.
Red in general.
And the OK, yeah,
absolutely.
OK Red arguably is the best conference in my opinion in the state all around.
It's incredibly competitive. Speaking of competitive, we have a group of football players here: Austin Nelson, Bryce Barnes, Samson Smingy, Donovan Rumens, Owen Vanderveen, Seth Strong, and Michael Swan. I'm sure that this race will be talked about in the hallways
Absolutely.
tomorrow. There'll be a little bit of trash talk once this one's done. Who's going to get the bragging rights? It looks like Owen is a scratch, so we're not seeing Owen in this race.
It looks like Donovan Rubens is currently leading the pack, and he's got a good stride.
Samson with a smooth second-place finish there.
Yep.
It looks like Bryce Barnes will take 3rd in that heat.
That was really good.
PR
good
from Donovan, 23.06.
PR for Samson, 23.43. PR for Bryce Barnes, 23.85. So, again, PR Wednesday.
PR for Michael Swan. PR for Seth Strong. PR for Austin Nelson.
Come on, Owen.
Owen was a scratch in that.
Oh, that's right. He was scratched. Yeah,
Owen.
that's right.
So,
so we're good there.
But 6 for 6 PRs there in that very athletic heat number 2 of the JV 200-meter heats.
That's exciting, too, to see, like, what are they going to bring on the football field and then also to the track next year, too. I think, we have a decent number of home games next year for football. Excited for that to get kicked off in August as well.
Absolutely. We get a chance to be as close as you can with Coach Lacanaria, just a classroom away.
Yeah.
And so we get to have lots of conversations with all the guys, and that's such a fun part of the start of the year. It kicks the year off and gets it going.
Mm-hmm.
It is a much more jovial environment here than on Monday at this time. We got cartwheels going on in the infield, as most of the students have stayed out of the locker room today to watch all of their teammates run the 200-meter.
Yep. If they're not moving around, they are moved into the end zone by the sun, where the stands does not block it. But they're all out here in full force.
Not bad. David Driver, lane 2, Super Mario Cunningham, lane 3, Malachi Daly, lane 5, and Zeke Farrell, the fantastic freshman, in lane 9. Come on, Zeke. Zeke, another one of those young men, fantastic to be around, very sharp kid. He's picked up the offense really fast as a freshman. I know every once in a while they have a meeting in the classroom, and he is very, very, very locked in and sharp. It looks like Gideon Lemon is going to win that heat. Malachi Daly in 2nd. Super Mario Cunningham in 3rd. And then I think David Driver took 4th in that heat. Lots of PRs.
He did. Yeah, a lot of PRs. Just overall good running. Like the form, how they run. So when you look at like the nuances and how the coaching plays a factor and them, like they're running with phenomenal form, and it really is showing in their scores.
Absolutely, and I know there's a host of coaches helping all of these athletes just to get a little bit better each time.
Yep, got a group currently at the 40. They were ringing the bell, getting the video from their PRs that they had earlier in the day.
Should have had a bell cam. One of these days we'll get the bell cam
Yeah, get
going.
the bell cam out.
They have the belt too. taking a picture with the belt. That's so fun. Looks like that might be a relay team out there taking a picture with the PR belt. Austin Bobo, lane 4. Layden Smith, lane 6. And Anakin Kenem in lane 8. And it looks like Layden's going to take this heat, maybe just get edged out. It's going to be really close. Another fast heat, though.
It was. Yeah, Malachi Case from Hudsonville just edged him out at 24.81, but PR is currently coming through.
PR for Layden, 24.85. PR for Anakin, 25.20. And Austin with a 25.51. Not a bad race by all.
No, really good times.
Extremely competitive.
Yes, and I think that's what I've really enjoyed about this is all the heats are extremely competitive, so it's not like, oh, we're running 14, 15 heats and there's not really a race. Like, no, these all have been races.
If you don't think they care,
exactly.
Walk around the hallways. Everybody remembers all their times from the day before.
Yeah.
And it could be the end of a group of arguments. The argument starts with who's better, Messi, Ronaldo, LeBron, Jordan, and it ends with, well, who ran the faster 200 yesterday? Absolutely, these guys want to beat each other. They're extremely competitive.
Yep.
As we get heat number 4 of the JV, heat 5 of the 200. Traylon Robinson, 9th grader, fantastic 9th grade athlete, lane 3. Jala Logan, 5. David Lung, lane 6. Justin Mateo in lane 8. And Omowu Mi Jaola in lane 9.
Yeah,
looks like a host of Falcons are going to take the win in that heat.
Yeah, waiting on times. Look like another solid time. Yeah, 24.84 for Gioli, freshman PR. And that matches. He would have been right there with the last one.
A lot of freshman PRs today. Traylon Robinson, another freshman, 24.84 as well. That's wow, a 1/1000th of a second difference between 1 and 2 in that heat.
Yeah, and then, third place.
Wow.
4 thousandths of a second.
That might be the closest heat 1, 2, 3 I've ever seen.
Oh, that is not the one where I want to be Justin Michalowski right now down there trying to figure that out.
5 10,000ths or 5 1,000ths of a second separated first through third.
That's phenomenal.
That's one of those where it's great that it's heat 5 where that happens.
Yes.
If that was for the state championship, that would be.
That would take a lot longer than what just happened right there.
Yeah,
that
is terrifying as a timer if it comes down to being that close. That was close. 1 1,000th of a second is
so close. You think of Kentucky Derby coming up, right?
Yeah.
Like very similar. We have Ace Bryant in lane 1. He's a wrestler.
Yeah,
got to see him wrestle this year. That was really fun. Aiden Belton in lane 4. Drew Lilly, former Explorer Elementary student, in lane 8.
Yeah. A little bit of a transition probably, taking off the headset for wrestling and coming into the track and field booth. I was going to ask you about that, how because we talked about this last time when we knew that you were coming on.
Yeah.
Yesterday we were talking about at the baseball game how you've done a phenomenal job of making the wrestling meets like incredibly electric, and I feel like with you doing the announcing and us doing the smoke machine and the lights, we've turned it into quite a.
It's a show. It's a spectacle, right? I feel
it'll get you pumped up.
Yeah.
Like, it's really cool, but it's so fun having someone who fully gets wrestling.
Yeah.
That also has the energy that you do. It really does make it. We talk about Malik Baker all the time.
Yes.
Just doing such a good job of making our events just feel amazing. And an announcer can really do that, and so it's probably interesting transitioning from that to
it is definitely
a little bit calmer atmosphere here.
Yeah, you have to kind of tone down the voice a little bit. I'm not near as raspy in this one with my bravado, but I truly think like the students who work those wrestling meets and the smoke machine and the lights and if you've never been to an East Kentwood wrestling match,
They're
lights
fun.
It's so fun. It's dark. You got the one light bulb hanging over. I mean, it is just
drop
iconic.
it from the ceiling, and it's super cool.
Oh, it is so cool. And then you got the production crew doing their thing, and I think that there really helps make it. And I think it's one of those things where sometimes people, they go to basketball games, right?
Yep.
And Friday night you're going to go to a basketball game.
Yep.
But now I'm starting to see wrestling. More people are coming out to that, and I really hope that what we're doing is going to help also promote it, because we have some phenomenal athletic wrestlers.
Just an explosion of popularity from the girls' side of the sport.
Yeah,
and from.
The boys won the
boys
districts.
side.
We had some girls go to the state. And Nari Roberts, who we heard earlier, had a phenomenal season.
Absolutely.
So
looks like Tyron Harris is going to win that heat of the 200-meter. A great freshman quarterback for the East Kentwood Falcons.
And a PR for Mr. Harris
absolutely.
himself.
25:03. Nice work. Darice Brown in third. Zane Adavai in fourth. And then Jaden Brewer and Evan Niebauer also in that heat. PRs all around. Either a season best or a PR for each athlete in that heat so far. But you talk about what it takes to maintain an athletic program.
Yeah.
Just anywhere in high school, and East Kentwood, we're so blessed because we have 2,900 kids.
Mm-hmm.
So typically, if you bring some energy and you build it, you'll get a lot of participation. And I think wrestling is a phenomenal testament to that. Coach Foster, Coach DeMag, and Coach Franzen have done just an incredible job. You walk into the JV wrestling practice, and they have a battalion of kids. I mean, there's 78 kids doing JV wrestling.
Yeah,
and you wonder how they even organize a practice with that many kids. But wrestling practices are not that fun.
No, they're not.
They're really hard. And you would think. The level of motivation and organization and also just like encouragement and care for the program that you need to have to get that many wrestlers to want to wrestle all season like that. Incredible work. They really have built a very healthy program.
They really have, and it's been so nice to see. I think it's a testament too when you see how many 4-year guys and girls that they have now. Mm-hmm. I was doing that senior night, and I was like, whew, there was a lot of them, and that's so awesome because they built it from the ground up. The kids club, the wrestling club that they have going on has been really good, and they really just they get it, and they really want the students to do well.
Absolutely.
So it's been really good.
If you're a parent and you want to get your elementary schooler, middle schooler involved, look at the kids program, sign up there. Almost every program has some sort of summer kids program, fall or spring. There's so many things that you can get your young student athlete involved in, and the kids program does a great job of making everything really inexpensive. We know the challenges of being a parent in 2025, how expensive all this travel sports and all this crazy stuff that people have to do. And the kids program is a great way to get varsity level training and coaching for a 20th of the cost.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter currently, she's doing an art class right now with kids program this week in the mornings, and like $10, and she gets to do all the things that she's learning about weaving and all that. But then I look at you have varsity coaches, you have varsity athletes who are teaching the kids, or varsity STEAM, STEM, reptile, just teaching you all these cool things. And so you're getting some high quality instruction for a very low cost.
Absolutely, and it's really cool. It's great to see that, and that's how a lot of our coaches build and maintain their programs, and they put their heart and soul into it. A lot of those coaches are doing that with just because they want to. It's not because anybody tells them or because they're making a ton of money. They're doing it because they really care, and it's great to be around.
Yeah, I mean, we've had
all those positive influences.
4,000 students in the past year be part of a kids program.
Yep.
And so just continuing to see that grow, it has really blossomed from where it started 20 years ago.
And I think all the elementary schools have one of those flyers that have the kids program schedule. So if you're a parent and you don't know what we're talking
Yeah.
about right now,
Go ahead and grab that flyer.
Encourage your son or daughter to grab one of those flyers and sign up for stuff. You don't have to have any previous experience. You just sign up and see if you like it.
Yeah, it's a great way to try out some things that are local. And, with us not having a downtown, right, I say, like, EK is 24/7. Like, we have things going on here all the time.
You're right about
and
that.
so just, look at that, find that, kentwoodps.org, kids program if you want to go on there, too, if you don't have that QR code. They have something for all ages of students.
Absolutely.
And so it's really awesome.
It is. Speaking of going 24/7, we do have the fourth live stream of the week happening tomorrow at the EK softball field.
Nice.
The Falcon softball field. It is it is our first softball live stream ever, and
that's exciting. That's
yeah,
big news.
we've added track, baseball, and softball this year, along with wrestling.
With wrestling,
we had 2 wrestling live streams. Ben DeMag did a fantastic job as the commentator, along with a couple other incredibly knowledgeable wrestling commentators. We did contract that one out. I told Coach Foster, I was like, I do not know anything about wrestling. You people are going to get frustrated listening to me talk about wrestling. You're going to have to find someone to do that. And Coach DeMag and a couple other people were more than happy to do it and did if you go back and watch that live stream, and you can go back on the Falcon News Network YouTube page, if you just click on live, you can go watch any of our previous live streams. Total live streams for the first time reached over 33,000 views for this year.
Wow, that is awesome.
So that's a pretty great milestone for the production club crew. 33,000 views is fantastic. For all of us who work so hard to bring you Falcon athletics, talent show, graduation, and other incredibly important events here at East Kentwood High School. That was a close one.
That was close.
That heat. It looks like
I think Abraham took it.
Is going to take it by 0.05 of a second. PR to wrap up the 10th heat of the 200-meter dash.
Got a couple heats left. That means the 2 mile is going to be up after this. So we got a few heats left of this 2 mile, and then one of the best races of all of sports is the 4x4.
Absolutely.
That's how we finish.
The 4x4 is a perfect race to finish the day with because it's the combination of it's fast enough to be exciting.
Yep.
But it's also a race that requires a combination of athleticism, discipline, strategy. You can't just perfectly pace. You have to really work hard to perfectly pace that race, and so it's a lot of fun to watch. And the student athletes typically do a pretty good job of being very engaged for that race, running back and forth and encouraging their teammates. Monday, not quite as energetic as maybe some of the previous years. Understandable because of how cold it was.
Yeah, how cold it was. And then sometimes, too, it does play a factor in what's the score, right?
Yep.
So if you are heavily in lead, it might not be as. But, you're all about trying to beat yourself. And where are you going to put – It's not just about this dual meet. When you're racing this match, as we've said PRs, we've said season best. We have said this is where they're ranked in the state, right? This is also all getting things ready as we start heading into the postseason here in just a few weeks.
Absolutely. Speaking of scores, through 15 out of 17 events scored, East Kentwood 88 for the boys, Hudsonville 35, so a healthy 50-point lead there for the boys. And on the girls' side, through 15 events scored, East Kentwood 98.5, Hudsonville 24.5, so a 74-point lead for the girls here tonight.
And because they're over that 69-point marker, it shows that both teams will win today.
Yes.
So guaranteed the victory today, which is just anytime you can get wins in the OK Red, that is just amazing. And they have been really on this clip here, taking care of business against some really, really tough competition.
Absolutely. I get a chance every once in a while to hang out with Coach Gums, our distance running coach. 11-year friendship with him. And we watched the NCAAs last year, learned a little bit more about this fantastic sport watching it with him. But he always says winning's hard.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of effort and a lot of people and a lot of time, coaches, parents, Track is an exercise in the community
Yes.
all getting behind this thing, because it takes so many people to just run a meet, let alone run a winning program like they've built. And so it's you never take it for granted. I know you got a big lead, but you have to step back when you have that big lead and say, okay, like, look at all the things that we needed to do to get to this point.
Yes, exactly, because it's not just one race. It's kind of, it's somewhere in the wrestling thing, as we were talking before, right? There's so many different spots that you have to like look at and get after in order to score those points.
As Preston moves back into the booth here, Preston being a multi-talented individual, was working the switcher on the live stream for just a little bit, and as we're kind of moving around, I might go back outside and hop on a camera again. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
what
nice
they
to
want
break.
Me to
It's the first nice track meet. And
so
we keep
nice.
It's so great out. I was worried that we were going to get a little bit of wind, but no, it picked up. The skies cleared. The kind of the threat of rain held off.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get rain,
Yeah.
and we ended up not. So it's been a dry meet, which plays a factor in these times as well.
Plays a factor for us too. It's always scary because our cameras aren't the most well protected cameras. We don't have those $40,000 ESPN cameras that can survive anything. So
and then
when we see rain in the forecast, it's tough call for us.
Then tomorrow, sunny and 85 tomorrow for softball.
That'd be great.
You have to bring shorts.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're gonna get too hot in the softball press box.
Now, we have new baseball and softball boards, correct?
Yes, that was the kind of the initiating factor behind us getting out there. And by this point, we're used to setting up live stream equipment that kind of works with the video that we do on the boards.
Yeah.
So the conversation we had is we said, well, if we're going to set up all the video stuff required to get live video on the board, why not just put another video switcher and another audio mixer there and live stream it?
Yeah.
And
That's awesome.
so, there's been a set of challenges with baseball and softball. It's difficult as we start the men's 3,200 meter and the women's 3,200 meter run. It looks like we're going to run them together.
Yeah, we're going to run them together.
But there are challenges because the thing we didn't anticipate, which probably should have, the ball comes off the bat really fast, and it's hard to follow.
Yeah, that's true.
So we're used to volleyball, football, basketball, even track where things don't move at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Malachi's pretty fast. It's 100 miles per hour. A little much. So the adjustments we had to make to still capture something that's consumable for people at home.
And you know where they're running.
Yes.
In basketball, you know where you're running. In baseball, softball, that ball can go anywhere.
So and it's difficult. So our camera people have kind of had to learn on the fly, but they do a great job with it, and we're excited for softball.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Got a good win. Softball team did over the Rockford Rams.
That was big.
On what day is it? Tuesday? Tuesday was that game?
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday, yeah. It all blends together this week.
Yeah, it sure does.
How much streaming is going on. But really cool what kind of culture and the softball team are doing tomorrow, their autism acceptance game.
Yes.
Very, very cool there. So one of the many great events. Most of the softball team's games are themed like that.
Yeah.
Which I just think is really, really cool for them. And
another one of those, East Kent would be in the community. This is where it's at, right? So
Yeah.
come out tomorrow to the softball fields and participate in that. It's really neat. As we're heading into just after our first lap, about a lap and a half in, Isaac Tanis is in first. We have Elijah Berenstein and Jackson Bannister in 3 and 4 for Kentwood. We have a group of 5 runners, and then there's a space. And so so that's on the boys' side right now. Those 5 are there. 3 of the 5 are Kentwood. So that'll be
Is that Isaac?
I don't know if that's Isaac.
Is
I'm
that
trying
Isaac?
to find. I think that's Elijah. Is that Elijah?
Well, Elijah's is behind, and so is
Davis
Jackson.
Baraka?
That might be Davis Baraka then. Yeah, that's not Isaac.
I don't think Isaac's running in this race.
Every time, they have the numbers on them, but no, I don't think that's
too
not
far
Isaac.
away for us to see the numbers for
6?
sure.
That's Davis Baraka.
Yeah,
He's wearing
yeah.
6. So Davis is leading the race. We have Elijah Bernstein and Jackson Bannister in that top 5 group.
More results from the field events. We stopped with girls pole vault, so let's move on to boys pole vault, and then we'll get the throw events and their results here. Boys pole vault, Reese Emiat ties the season best with a height of 15 feet flat. That's good for the second best in the state of Michigan. A great jump for Reese, and then Leighton Bretching in second for Hudsonville with a height of 12 feet, and then Elijah Bowden in third with 11 feet 6 inches. So good work there by the pole vaulters.
In girls shot put, we have Nevaeh Eubanks from East Kentwood with 32 feet 10.5 inches, taking first, and second Chastity Reed at 31 feet 5 inches, and to round out an East Kentwood sweep, Jordan Barnes 29 feet 11.5 inches.
Boys shot put, John Sheppers in first from Hudsonville with a throw of 49 feet 6 inches. That's a PR for John, and the 49th best throw here in the state of Michigan. Aaron Hunt in second. From Hudsonville with a throw of 48.5.25. That's PR for Aaron. And then in third, Matthias Granderson, 45.6.75 on the throw. A good throw for Matthias. Good enough for third.
Yeah. In the girls' discus from East Kentwood, we have Driska Pierre-Louis, 83 feet 3 inches for first. Nevaeh Eubanks, 80 feet even for second. And then Nari Roberts, we talked about her earlier being a wrestler, 72 feet 10 inches. So another clean sweep for the Lady Falcons.
Nice job. And then to wrap it up, boys discus, Aaron Hunt from Hudsonville in first, 163 feet 2 inches. I'm assuming those are feet.
Yeah.
Okay, those are feet. Okay.
Yep.
John Sheppers in second, a PR for John with 142 feet 5 inches. And then Mbatu Stempel with another good throw today, 134 feet 2 inches for Mbatu. Darius Nassip with a PR today. Chris Lovelady with a PR today. And then Noah Oostring from Hudsonville and Aaron Parker also with PRs on this great Wednesday here at Falcon Stadium.
Yeah, 163 is a really good throw.
That's a very good throw. That's up there.
Yes.
That's long. On a non-wind aided day, almost no wind to speak of here. So that was all throw by the talented thrower from Hudsonville. Good work by our camera crew, getting some tight shots of the runners here as they move into, I believe this might be lap number 4. Maybe lap 5 based on the pace.
Yeah, we're at 5:16, so we're about
probably 1,600 and change in.
Yeah, about a mile in there.
Yep. Fun stuff.
Yeah, I think back to, so when Coach Emiat, his very first season, I was a senior on his track team, senior captain with Alex Mirandet and some others. So I just look back at, that was his first season. We went 7-2, so we were the only 2-loss team for a very long time, but won the conference there. But just to see where the trajectory and just how the sustainability of excellence has been. Then after we left, that's when the state championship started happening.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it's just been phenomenal.
But sometimes that first group sets the tone for not only the performance, but the culture involved in the program that you want to have. Yeah. And, that's what you guys did. That was a great, great group of not only athletes, but just people. You see how many people from your crew, your 4 years here, are still around.
We're still around. Yeah, we're here. We're either working events or working for Kentwood, which is awesome. And that's one thing that I really appreciate. Like when we look around, like we have so many workers here, and there's a lot that's that come back. They want to come back and give back to the people that gave them so much. So.
Absolutely, and it's a one big community here at Kentwood, and everybody together, puts on these big events like a track dual meet against Hudsonville.
Yep.
So hopefully we'll see everybody out tomorrow. I don't know if we have rugby as well, but a couple days ago we had baseball, softball, and rugby all going on at once, and it felt like the homecoming festival over there. There were thousands of people around the concourse in the baseball, softball.
And it's all in that same area, right? They put that rugby in that field out there.
Really cool. It was a great environment. You could kind of hear all 3 games going at once. And
it is home for girls softball, 4:15, and also freshman JV baseball at home, girls JV softball also at home, and girls soccer at Pat.
Got it.
Also at home.
So no rugby.
No rugby tomorrow.
Girls soccer won last night too. 3-0.
Girls soccer won 3-0.
3 more goals by Ella Zoroff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ella Zoroff off to Toledo next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she in my 5th hour.
I think she's already in double-digit goals.
Yeah.
Through just a handful of games.
She won the kick blast back in 5th grade field day many years ago.
Believe that.
So
I absolutely believe that. I remember her junior year of Powder Puff football. They had a halftime competition with her and the varsity kicker for the football team, and she hung in there.
She sure did. She's got a leg on her.
That was absolutely. We were walking around. I coached special teams for a few years, and we were walking around down before the game. And that year we didn't coach, but we were working the Jumbotron and trying to do the live stream and all that stuff. And I was walking away from her. I didn't know who kicked it, but I heard the ball come off her foot. And I turned around. I was like, who just kicked it? Like, you could hear it. Like, just like a golfer or anything. Just, boom, came out. And I was like, who just kicked that 45-yard field goal with a tiny little football? Ella raised her hand. I was like, oh, of course it was Ella. So that's great. Some great Falcons on that girls soccer team. Mackenzie Dixon, Cami Kozel.
Their teacher appreciation game is tomorrow night, too.
Absolutely. Lily B on that team as well. And so some phenomenal East Kentwood Falcons. On that team.
Great student athletes.
For sure.
Great people. Like, they just really embody what it is to be a Falcon.
As we see Lainey Godfrey making her way into the last couple laps here of the 3,200 meter. Good pace for Lainey.
I think we're going to have a very close finish for the girls,
it looks like we're going to have a close finish for the girls. The guys, I can't tell where the guys are.
We have our top runner just passing right there. He's coming down the backstretch. He's kind of in it by himself. He's moving. Having a really, really good run. And looking like going to be a big PR based on what I have here. I think his PR was 10:03, and we're currently at 9:47. So
absolutely
looking really good down the stretch.
Yeah, he's going to break the 10-minute mark.
Yep, sure is.
Nice
That is
work.
a good run.
You could tell just by the teammates' reaction there that was a special race for the boys. Trying to get the boys' results here. It looked like the girls' results were up. Looking for the boys' results. That's probably Bradley Smize. Smize?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
And that's going to be a big-time PR for him. I think he finished 9:55.
Yeah, we might be looking at 10 seconds there. Pretty close.
His old personal best was 10:03. So that's a big-time run by Bradley here today. Nice job by him. You can tell, well-liked Bradley. Teammates all ran over and congratulated him. So that's cool to see them have probably the high point of the night for the Hudsonville Eagles there. Really cool. Almost the whole team of boys is down here.
Yeah.
Still congratulating him. It's
you know how big it was.
The team is kind of buzzing around over here. That's cool.
Yeah, you got
cool to see.
Elijah and Davis were also over there. Congratulated them. Jackson Bannister wrapped up pretty good race too.
Jackson Bannister with a great race.
Yeah, I'm assuming that
he's coming in right here.
Yeah, Cassie Karshinsky for Hudsonville just set a PR, 30th best in the state. She just beat her PR by, that was close to like 20 seconds.
Wow.
Just beat her PR.
Nice work by Cassie.
Coming in, that's by her season best coming into this was 13 minutes, and she just ran 11:21.
Wow.
Her PR coming into this was 11:47, and she just ran 11:21.
And Ava Lawrence just got her season best 11:39.
Good job by Ava
on this race too. But whew, and sophomore out of Cassie too. We were talking about that earlier. Just a lot of good talent in the OK Red.
Hudsonville distance runners have been really fantastic in every event they've taken part in tonight.
And a lot of freshmen, sophomores in those events, too, that are coming up with really good varsity points for them.
Here comes Lainey Gottfried. She's going to beat the 12:20 mark. So a good run by Lainey. Atiye Manyang still out there. Sasha Hall as well. Atiye competing against Alpha Kaba for who can get the least problems wrong throughout the entire year in AP Econ. I don't have the privilege of having Atiye. Rob has Atiye, but every time we look at each other's tests, we're like, yep, they both got 100% again. A fantastically talented student and a great athlete. And a really fun person to talk to, too. Very sharp. Atier. She's going to come in. Finish with a good time. A PR for Lainey Godfrey. So much for pacing the race for Lainey Godfrey. She said, I don't know exactly, how hard I'm going to have to run tonight. And turns out to be a PR on PR Wednesday. There you go, Lainey. Nice
She got
job.
the memo. She knew.
Absolutely. Fantastic work by the Falcons tonight.
Yeah, overall, really good running performances, just top to bottom. Like, you think of all the JV heats, too, like, there was some really, really good runs in there that I think they're going to really be able to build off of this for the rest of the season.
For sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, both teams really, really, really good performances.
Looking over to the production club crew here. It's about the time of the day where faces get a little long.
Yeah, it's been a very, very long, demanding week. Absolutely. So
school started over 12 hours ago for them, right?
Yeah.
Like that's
yeah.
Julie's got one foot on the table over here, fully reclined.
Hitting hour 13 of the day for them going.
Yep, it's a long day for everybody, but it's fun to be out here with everybody in the community. If you haven't found a good weather day to come out and watch track meet, we highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun, and you get to see some of the best athletes in the state here. We got the Granville Bulldogs next week, Wednesday, for a special day here at Falcon Stadium. That will be, I don't know if we do a senior night for track.
We haven't in the past.
Not in the past. It just
or how we do that.
There was just too many seniors.
Yeah.
But no, we've never done a senior night or anything like that.
Maybe we have some sort of graphic with just all their names.
Yeah.
That might be kind of a cool touch, right? Like just to have, might not be too hard. We'll probably spell someone's name wrong.
I forgot what Dave was saying, if there was like 50 or 60 seniors on the team.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
I don't even know if we have a small enough font.
Yeah, you might not. Yeah.
We have to do it. I think
Kinda
last
scrolling.
year Dave mentioned doing it in batches.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like
Maybe based on event.
Maybe every 30 minutes or so, put up a different batch of names. But
I mean, you got 4 hours or so. So that's what's nice about track. You do have some time to be able to recognize.
We've always kind of flirted with whether or not we should play music.
Yeah.
And
for some reason, track's never really been that way, you know?
But they say like a lot of college meets will do that.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if that's really the vibe. Like
I know
the vibe of
some of the other a lot of the other OK Red schools will do music during the 3200s and things like that. I know Dave has mentioned in the past. Weather for next Wednesday, unfortunately, going to be back on the cool side.
Oh no!
We're
Really?
going to be struggling to break 60 next week.
Really?
For our track meet.
What is what's the high on Wednesday next week?
High on Wednesdays right now is 58.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not terrible weather. You know,
that's not terrible weather. What's the wind like?
Yeah, that's
right now. It looks like wind's calm.
Okay.
So.
Okay. 58 and calm we can deal with. We'll have a few more blankets out here.
Yep.
But we'll be okay. We're trying to get more people out here, so 58's going to be fine.
58 will be good. The concession stand will be open.
Yes, coffee, hot
get out of work
chocolate.
at 5. Pack a blanket. Come, spread out. You got.
Get your dinner here at Falcon Stadium next Wednesday.
Get a bakery burger. Or a Falcon burger. I don't know which ones they serve for track. I know the bakery burger shows up at the
they do
football
like to bring those out for football games.
Next Tuesday softball back in the 80s though, so we'll have back-to-back 80-degree softball games.
Nice.
Really feeling like softball, baseball is meant for 80 degrees.
Yes.
Right? Like that's exactly what you want.
You got the ball hitting the metal bat. You want that to be a little warmer than what we've had. So
we were out there yesterday and. For early in the season, the baseball field was just glowing. It was beautiful. The edging on the baseball field's fantastic. They've got it where it's drained and gotten a little drier, and it just looked. Don Smith, the whole grounds crew, everybody involved with facilities. Mm-hmm. It is so hard to get a baseball field to look like that in April, and they pulled it off. It was everything was like raked. Freshly cut outfield, and it just there's something about it that's like it feels like baseball. It was really cool.
And you say that now, and I'm looking out at shot put, and I'm looking out at the long jump pole vault. Like all that has been
perfectly
mowed.
manicured.
It looks beautiful. Like truly, kudos to those guys and the crew. Like they are working 17 buildings in the district, plus the plus you got Pat Patterson and Falcon Stadium. Like, that's a lot to keep up.
Absolutely.
And they always just turn out to be just an amazing
Saw them out here getting some of the landscaping done in some of these flower patches here. For graduation, they bring out the big, huge flower pots, those big red flowers for graduation, and we leave them out here for the state track meet, and it just looks the place just kind of glows here in late May, early June. It really is very nice. We're hoping for good weather on that May 30th. State track May 30th?
Yeah, 31st. Yeah, 31st.
31st. Last day of school is the 30th. And so
That's why that date's in my head.
Yeah, that's in there. We've had many years where, like, we have really good weather, and then the rain comes, and we got to hang out for like an hour, so we wait through that a little bit. But we've had some overall, like, we've never had to cancel it. We've really just had some really
knock
good
on
stuff.
wood.
Knock on wood. Never had to cancel it.
So
as we get things situated here for the penultimate race, the girls 4x4 100-meter relay.
EK scheduled to run 4 different squads in this one. Looks like they will. They're A, C, D, and E teams. So the A teams in lane 5 and 6 for EK and Hudsonville. In lane 5 for EK, Cody, Carnegie, Burress, and Maston. I don't believe that's their normal A team lineup though.
They don't have a time for that, so I'm guessing that would be a new.
Yeah, and I know Coach Gums is mentioning this, and even on the heat on Monday, there just wasn't a reason to risk it, or wasn't a reason to run the quote-unquote main runners.
It gives you an opportunity to see other runners in the heat of the competition. So I think this is. And here we go.
We're going to see some experience, even just like the exchanges.
Yes.
The 4x4 is a great opportunity to see in a race that's just maybe a little bit slower.
Yep.
Get to see some of those clean exchanges, try to get people when they're tired to focus and make sure that all of that is cleaned up and good.
Yeah, you've run for a minute, you're exhausted, and now you got to pass the baton. It's not like you just can collapse at the end of the thing. And so
got some crews making their way across the field here to cheer on their fellow teammates. That's always fun.
This first handoff will be in the lane that they started in. When they get past the second curve is when they will slide into lane 1.
And you can see the amount of just stamina it takes to keep going once you hit the front stretch. It's like hitting a sail. Just the fatigue and the soreness and stuff starts to come in.
And so a little different in the 400 compared to the 4x1 and the 4x2. It's more of an open hand compared to a closed hand, so they're watching as they're grabbing that baton, which does help a little bit when you're a little tired on that. In the Olympics, you'll see closed all the way around just because they're flying across. So now they're going to start making their way down to lane 1. East Kentwood's in 1 and 2 right now. Hudsonville in 3rd.
Looks like it'll be a all EK battle for 1 and 2 on this lap as they dive into turn 3. 150 as they near the 3/4 mark of lap 2.
Yeah, sun just beginning to set here in Falcon Stadium. Kind of the golden hour time. And it does look like this is probably the quickest we've wrapped up a track meet this year.
Absolutely.
So
great job by the scoring crew, starter.
A PR Wednesday for the scoring crew as well. Everybody involved.
Yeah, and you think about all the workers that work the field events to get that continuing to go. Like this does not go as smooth as it does without everybody pitching in somewhere. So,
for sure.
And I appreciate the opportunity for me to hang out with you guys
thank
today.
you.
I've really
enjoyed
my time
for coming out. We know we've done the last 2 track meets, 4 hours of analysis. By the end.
Yes.
I'll be in my first hour tomorrow, and just like, hey guys, how much I can talk today. Like we're We're gonna have a little bit longer do now quiz to start the day.
Exactly.
Just kind of get it going here. But
thankfully, a night off of commentary for us tomorrow. Lindsay and Tony Kimbrough
yes,
handling
softball
that'd
be
awesome.
Yes. Team Kimbrough.
Yes.
Gonna do the softball game. What a fantastic thing.
Lindsay was a phenomenal softball player back in her day.
We were kind of asking around the school.
Yeah.
And just asking about like, hey, who do you think would want to do this? And Lindsay was like, I want to do that. That sounds like a really fun thing. And obviously, her husband Tony with some incredible experience on the baseball side. So they're going to provide probably significantly better analysis than I could. Last night we had Rob Roloffs on the call with me, and he was excellent.
Yeah.
He is really sharp when it comes to baseball. It was really fun to talk to.
We'll have Kyle Teague joining for baseball as well.
Nice.
Yeah, if Rob said that our students are going to have to experiment with tape delay if Kyle and Rob get in the booth at the same time. He was like, go ahead and just put us on a 30-second tape delay.
Yep.
Obviously, he was kidding, but it was funny. If you know Rob, he's good for a one-liner every
It can
once
be
in a while.
hard for people like to you're just so used to talking about sports in a like in your basement with your buddies or what have you, or when you're out to eat and doing commentary and being live with people watching.
Absolutely.
It's a whole different animal.
For sure.
East Kentwood 18 going to wrap up the 4x4.
About 4:24-ish.
Yeah. A good time.
Job.
It was a good time.
4:24, 6:24.
Hudsonville will take second, so their A team did prevail. But I'll tell you what, another East Kentwood team is not that far behind. So they really put together a good squad.
Yeah, I think teaching does help with that. Just the
the
idea of being able to
filtering.
turn it on and off, and just knowing what to say.
I think
and
people
when to
don't
say
quite understand. Like teaching is very like performative in a
Yes.
sense. Like it is. You are you're exhausted every day, and it is very much like a performance.
And just the idea that when I have 170 AP Econ students all day, and you're trying to be this combination of a person who cares and a person who's a role model and a person who helps them succeed in the classroom and gives them advice. And it's tough to wear all those hats at the same time because it's not necessarily always the same thing. Sometimes you got to be tough on them. Sometimes you got to support them. And sometimes it's all in the same hour.
Yeah, exactly.
And all with different kids. And so, on top of that, it's a lot of pressure because you're held to a certain standard as a teacher. I remember having conversations with my dad about that. Like, if you decide to do this, people are like, if someone sees you at the grocery store, they're going to remember that interaction.
Yes.
So when you go do stuff, you have to make sure, you have to understand that there are people all around all the time who know who you are and are watching.
Yeah.
And it's interesting.
And you think about, like, you grew up through here, too. So, like, when was that interaction when you were in 6th grade? How did that interact, too? Like, and so it does play a factor. But it is a absolute privilege and an honor to be able to have that on our shoulders because I just love this community and be able to give back. And
for sure. Looks like we're going to get a Cade Kaufman sighting here.
Yeah,
didn't run the 200.
For EK's A team. And again, I think this is just a collection of, seeing what you got, like you were mentioning, Joey. Kaufman, Gesselman, Jennings, the listed for the A team. So we're missing one name there. Parker, Raby, Johnson, and Bowis for the B team for EK in lane 4.
It does look like there are enough athletes out there. So that's a good sign. There are 8 Kentwood Falcons out there and 2 teams. So
so that is
that math is correct for the 4x4.
I was a history minor, but I can confirm that math is correct.
That's good. So we're missing a name, but someone's out there. Someone's going to grab the baton.
Yep.
We can't really tell. They're underneath the barrier between the track and the stands, so it's hard to see who is going to be running.
The A teams in lane 4 and 5 for both of them.
And there they go.
There they go. Last race of the day. We'll see how much action we get from the infield here. If we get some people running around the track, it looks like all the throwers are a jovial group. The throwers. I walked over to the throw pits to do the pregame interview with Austin Castor, and he's sitting there with the shades on and Bluetooth speaker. And I was like, "Wow, this is the place to hang out." Austin, another alumni, 2010 grad. And fantastic Kentwood family, the Castors. I played golf with his brother, Ryan. And Austin was a fantastic offensive tackle.
Yeah.
For the Kentwood Falcons. Back in the day, our offensive line coach, Fearless.
We have ourselves a nice battle here.
Yeah,
to
this
start.
is going to be fun.
Hudsonville just passed East Kentwood down the stretch before the first handoff.
Cade Kaufman clapping his hands and is going to receive the baton. Our Big Ten commit quarterback going to Michigan State.
He did really good in the first 400 that he ran, Joey. We talked about his ability to kind of set the pace and then really speed up going into that third
Knowing
corner.
Cade, he's going to know how to pace this race.
And kind of looked a lot like this. He actually might be a little faster right now based on this backstretch, a little bit quicker than what he was in that 400, but he really did pace. So this is going to be really crucial here.
Might have been a little strategy from Cade getting in front and then hitting the brakes a little as you turn the corner to make sure you get the inside.
And then you put the jets on right here. Let's see what Cade can do here as he gets past the last curve, heading down this main stretch here.
You can see how popular Cade is amongst the guys here, all fired up to cheer on him. As
solid handoff.
There it is. And we're going to have ourselves a race. This is fun.
Yes, we are. This is why the 4x4 is so fun. We got students running across the football field, going from the back stretch to the front stretch to just give the encouragement to their athletes.
EK the lead through the halfway point now.
Yep, Hudsonville coming in a little bit. They're probably about like a half step quicker on this backstretch.
Yeah, about a 5-yard lead, and they're gaining time. And you see a big gain by Hudsonville in the third corner. EK really.
Hudsonville takes the lead going down the backstretch here.
Stumble.
He's hurting.
Yep.
So Hudsonville has grown a pretty sizable lead, about 10 meters, and gaining. Got to get that last handoff to, I think, is it Gesselman down there? Might be.
Yeah, it looks like that's.
Yeah, that's going to be a tall order for him to make up.
Had a little hamstring there.
Yep.
Tough to end it right there because nobody can go and pick him up.
No.
Because they would get in the way of the scoring. So maybe we can get Maddie over there.
There's Maddie. She's right there on top of it. Thank you to our trainers who have just done a phenomenal job this year. I know that's a lot of games and practices and have to be around.
You can always kind of tell, too, when the trainer walks kind of casually over. They know it's a cramp. It's kind of like, hey, buddy,
not alarmed.
Yep. Just got to do what you can.
Looks like it's going to be Hudsonville.
It could just be pure exhaustion,
Just 4x4 win.
But that was a good last leg there by East Kentwood to try and
make fantastic job there. So we'll wait for the final scores to be posted, but through 16 of 17, plus the extra, EK got second and third in that one, correct?
Yeah, they'll just score the first two.
First two. So that should put EK's final score at 95 for the boys and 45 for Hudsonville, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So EK boys will come out with a big win. Girls, 17-17 scored a 107.5 to 29.5 win by the EK girls. Absolute domination.
Yeah.
Any closing thoughts for us, Joe?
Yeah, this is such a great experience, a great launching pad. Tomorrow, come out for softball, see that game. And then next Wednesday, come out for track. I will say these athletes are really putting on a show. Looking forward to seeing where they come. And then the state meet on May 31st. It is a spectacle to see. Coming out and hang out. It is awesome.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for joining us. For everybody at Production Club, Alex, Joey, thank you so much. And we will be back tomorrow for softball.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Have a great one.
Lots
Thank
of
you
fun.
so much.
Yeah, go Falcons.